Thank you very much. Welcome to House Economic Matters Committee. It's Tuesday, February 25th. We're here to start our bill hearings. Delegate Vogel, I believe you're first in this matter, so if you could come up. Do you have a panel? And we want to welcome Health and Government Operations. We have 3 individuals from HGO back here, since it's a jointly assigned hearing. Go ahead, sir.
Members of the Economic Matters Committee, Delegate Vogel here with House Bill 1038. As I've spoken to small business leaders across the state, one of the issues they raise are delays in permits and licenses, both at the state level and at the county and municipal level, that are slowing down their ability to start a business and grow a business. So this bill is pretty simple. We've been working on it with the Department of Commerce and with our partners, the Chamber of Commerce, and what it does is create a complaint portal through the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce has said that they can do this without any additional expenditures, and the purpose of this is twofold. One, our understanding is that there are professionals at the Department of Commerce right now whose job it is to help businesses navigate these sorts of issues. So this would alert those individuals and help the businesses in navigating these lengthy delays. And number 2, it would help us see patterns. We are not trying to penalize any individual county, municipality, or state agency for delays, but rather start to see where patterns are forming that are leading to delays in permits and licenses, slowing down business growth for our state. With that, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1038.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. Permitting issues are one of the primary reasons we hear about the delays development across the state. Mr. Popescu was going to come and testify today. Unfortunately, he was held up with an issue on his job site. But since he's not here, I do just want to highlight one issue that he's been dealing with in a jurisdiction here in Maryland, where they're trying to build 50 affordable housing units. They filed for a sprinkler permit back in January of 2024. They were recently told just last week, which is now over a year later, that the jurisdiction updated their permit website, and it unintentionally deleted all of the information. So he is now going to have to resubmit all of that information. And the permit for that sprinkler system is going, in 50 affordable housing units, is going to take longer than a year and a half, we think, to get put into place or to get approved, which is going to hold up more housing in the state. And so, and this is a common issue that we deal with at the Chamber and hear about. And so we are here in full support of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I see no questions on the favorables. We have one more favorable, so with that concludes your testimony. Sal?
Did you say Popescu's not here, right?
He's not.
No, and that concludes the bill hearing. I see no questions. Thank you guys very much. Moving on to the second bill. Is Delegate Solomon here? Well, that's not good.
Here we go. Beer and wine and grocery store. Round 2.
I guess we can move on. We'll try and come back around. Mr. AG, if you just be patient, we're waiting for the bill sponsor. Moving on to the next bill. Delegate Ampry, I guess this is cannabis and grocery stores.
Next year, Mr. Chair, next year. I should have one person here. He's not here yet.
If you do have a panel,
I do have one person, but I don't see he's here yet. This is a quick bill. This is our yearly MSBA update, real quick. For the record, Delegate Marlon Ampry here in support of House Bill 1171. Which is a general update for the Maryland General Corporation Law section of the code. This bill has been brought before us by the Maryland State Bar Business Law Association, who was in support of this bill. This bill simply does just 3 quick things that I'll run through. First, the bill creates a statutory safe harbor for banks and other lenders in foreclosure proceedings or secured party sales. This provision will allow for these entities to sell mortgage, pledge, or secured assets without requiring stockholder approval, and this is common in other states such as Delaware to make us more competitive. Second, the bill removes antiquated, misunderstood requirements requirements for certain statements and articles of merger between corporations and other types of entities, such as limited liability companies. Again, an update that we see other states are doing in order to make us a more competitive state for these kind of transactions to take place. Third and finally, the legislation corrects an error in the MGCL by an amendment in 2015. This correction ensures consistency and accuracy in the law, preventing potential legal ambiguities that could disrupt business operations or lead to unintended legal consequences. You should have a letter in the system from the MSBA that can detail in more particular the particulars of that third piece. Unfortunately, they're not here to offer that, but again, this is a real simple bill that we hope we can get moved as quickly as possible. Again, I urge a favorable report for House Bill 1171. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Move back to House Bill 1089. Delegate Solomon, we appreciate your timely appearance. If you have a panel, you can please bring them up.
Yeah.
And we have one virtual witness, I believe. And apologies, we have the speaker in our committee, and we're told to be there on time, so I apologize for, I literally ran up here. But thank you all. For the record, Delegate Jared Solomon here presenting House Bill 1089, the Building Information Guardrails Data Act of 2025, or the fun name we came up with is the Big Data Act of 2025. Can't take credit for that one. Wanted to just first off thank you and this committee for the incredible work that you all did, particularly the chair in our partnership last year on our kids data privacy bill, as well as the larger, broader data privacy bill, which has really made Maryland, frankly, one of the leaders in the nation on protecting our citizens, protecting our data, making sure that we're providing a safe space online for young people to be themselves. And what this bill does is really builds on the work that we did last year. It builds on it in two ways. One, in order to do a lot of the data protection work that is in the broader data privacy bill that then Delegate Love and Senator Guile brought last year that we passed. We really need to know who is actually collecting our data. We need to know who the data brokers are in our state. And right now, we don't have that registry. We're not 100% sure who we should go to when all of the pieces of that bill get implemented to say, hey, we actually don't want you to hold our information anymore. That's mine. I think it's private. I want you to delete it. I don't want you to sell it. So the first piece of this is the creation of a data broker registry, that if you are an entity that essentially is just doing nothing but collecting information, and literally every time you open your phone, even when you have it in your pocket and you walk, there is a piece of information, there's a piece of data that is being collected by somebody and likely being used to make money. So getting that registry is really important. The second piece of this is we create a tax on essentially the sale of that data. Because look, it's data, again, coming from all of us. We're not getting anything from it. Nobody is saying, can I give you, $1 for every time I sell your GPS information or anything like that? And that the revenue that we generate from that is going to be used to hopefully fund the Attorney General to do the enforcement work that we are doing to, again, protect Maryland consumers and make sure that we are, that these entities are abiding by the law. And it's also, in some respects, a disincentive. Again, in last year's bill, we made sure that there were a whole set of guardrails of ways in which your data can be protected, that your data can be deleted, that your data cannot be sold. But a lot of times it's done without our consent, or just by opening an app, you have suddenly now consented to your data being tracked and your data being sold. And so this is, in some respects, about making sure that there is a benefit to the greater community for that happening, but also a little bit of a disincentive, to be honest, that, for some companies where it may just be really easy for them to get your information and then sort of do things with that information, that maybe this tax might make it less likely for them to do that. Again, all around consumer protection and making sure that that your data and your information is ultimately protected. This is a space, frankly, that is incredibly unregulated. There is literally no federal protections for this whatsoever. And we highlight in our testimony here a recent case before the Federal Trade Commission where literally this company, Kachava Inc., was harvesting sensitive geolocation, so information about where you are, and they were using that to track folks to reproductive health clinics, to houses of worship, homeless and domestic violence shelters, addiction recovery centers. So some of the most private information these companies were able to harvest just from the GPS on your phone and then use that to sell and to make money. So, this is, again, at a bare minimum, obviously, we're having a broader conversation about, tax revenue and the ideas around what we think is appropriate to tax. At a bare minimum, getting the registry in place so that we can know which companies are actually harvesting our data, which companies, again, we need to be able to hold accountable for the data privacy work that we've all done. That in and of itself is really, really critical. And at a bare minimum, again, we want to be able to fund the enforcement work to make sure that companies are abiding by the law that we agreed to and put on the books in the state of Maryland. So with that, I would urge a favorable report and turn it over to the Attorney General, who's gracious enough to be here with us today.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I want to first thank Delegate Solomon for his leadership. I'm here in support of HB 1089. While data brokers help businesses verify identities, prevent fraud, and assess risk, the unchecked aggregation of data poses serious dangers to Marylanders, and you heard about some of those dangers from Delegate Solomon, so I won't repeat them. Consumers have no simple way to correct mistakes in their records, which can harm their ability to secure loans, housing, or insurance. Moreover, unregulated data sharing can lead to issues like doxing, which is publish personal details online to harass or threaten, and may fuel discrimination and target vulnerable groups. A data broker registry would let Marylanders know which companies hold their personal information and provide a clear route to opt out or correct that information. By knowing who has access to their data, consumers can better protect their privacy and take corrective action when needed. States such as California, Oregon, Vermont, and Texas already enforce registration for data brokers, and that increases transparency and accountability. Maryland, as it was mentioned, and this committee led the effort, enacted important privacy laws last year, the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act and the Maryland Age Appropriate Design Code, or KIDS Code. These laws aim to protect our citizens in a rapidly changing digital landscape. And as Delegate Solomon mentioned, Maryland has been a leader in that area. However, Maryland is slipping behind in another important area, and that's enforcement. The Office of the Attorney General currently relies on just one attorney to handle privacy issues. Other states have dedicated privacy enforcement teams. Connecticut, 6 attorneys, 3 staff members. Delaware, 2 attorneys, 2 staff members. Oregon, 3 attorneys and 2 staff members. I testified before you last year, you may remember, about the complexity of these laws and the overwhelming challenge of managing fast-moving streams of consumer data, understanding algorithms, and things like that. I made it clear that without dedicated professionals, attorneys, investigators, and technologists with expertise in data privacy, artificial intelligence, and high-tech enforcement, my office simply cannot effectively regulate this evolving industry or safeguard Maryland's personal information. I know that you believe that under our chests, when we open our shirts or blouses, there's a huge S because we are super people as attorneys. But the truth be told, the secret is we are not fungible. And in order to do this very complex work, I need to be able to do what other states have done. Create an enforcement unit that is funded to do the important work that you have authorized and directed us to do. Despite including funding for a privacy enforcement unit in my fiscal year 26 budget request, and I included in my request for fiscal year 26, I asked for the funds to support this unit. Those funds were not in the governor's budget. And without that funding, our robust privacy laws risk becoming ineffective. Keep in mind that in 2022, these data broker companies earned over $250 billion nationwide. by assembling and selling detailed consumer profiles. Taxing their services is important to Maryland as a revenue source, and certainly that revenue source, a very, very small portion, could be and should be used to support the online data privacy and other online protections in the Office of the Attorney General. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time and point out that as the Attorney General, I never leave home without my expert, that one attorney who I identified or mentioned in my testimony. Hannah Abrams is seated to my left, and she'll be able to answer the difficult questions that you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I don't know if there was any time to cede back, but thank you nonetheless. Just messing. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Marissa Shea, and I'm here today as an independent tech policy expert and a Maryland resident with a favorable position on House Bill 1089. Last year, as you've heard, this committee took extensive leadership to make Maryland a leader on kids' online safety and consumer data privacy, and this bill builds upon that by creating a data broker registry and data brokering tax. Using the revenues raised by the tax stimulus programs that will continue and increase Maryland's status as a leader in this space. The strong protections provided by the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act and the Maryland's Kids Code are in part dependent upon investigation and enforcement efforts by the state's Attorney General. This bill works to ensure such enforcement occurs through the creation of Privacy Protection Enforcement Unit, as you've just heard from Attorney General Brown. At a time when budgets are tight, this bill works to ensure the incredibly lucrative data broker industry benefits Maryland. By requiring data brokers register and pay a tax to the state, Maryland not only has the opportunity to better oversee and regulate this industry, but also uses their monetization of Maryland residents' personal information to benefit those residents. As consumers engage with apps on their phone, they don't always realize they're giving those apps permission to collect incredible amounts of personal information that is then packaged and sold to third parties. Although last year's work creates strong protections against the sale of the most sensitive personal information, the practice of data brokerage was not prohibited under the Act. Thus, third parties can continue to buy and repackage certain categories of consumer data, sometimes in ways that makes it possible to identify specific consumers and resell that information for a variety of uses. The registry created by this bill ensures both state regulators and Maryland consumers are aware of the entities engaging in the work of data brokerage, making it possible for meaningful oversight to occur. Additionally, it helps consumers realize the promise of the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act by ensuring consumers are aware of their ability to opt out of data brokers' use of their personal information and know how to make such a request. Thank you for your time, and I encourage a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you very much. First, we have Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate and the Attorney General, for bringing forth this idea. I wonder a couple of things, both in terms of the requirement for registry and the sales tax, which is 6% in line with our state's general sales tax. I understand you mentioned earlier several other states already have these. Are we in line with other states in terms of the breadth of the scope of what this bill applies? Because I looked at the opposing testimony. And also, are those states also using their own existing sales tax percentage to apply to data brokers?
Yeah, well, first of all, Delegate Shi, thank you for the question and the thoughtful consideration. So in terms of the definition, that is something I think we do need to probably tweak a little bit. There's a number of exceptions in here, and we sort of used some of the definitions from other states. But I think going forward, in the interest of just getting the bill in, there's still some conversations that my cross-file in the Senate, Senator Hester, has been having as well around, do we need to tighten the definition a little bit more? Was it overly broad in some areas? Was it too focused in others? There's one small piece where we may have to make sure we're not overriding an issue in the larger data privacy bills that we passed last year. So there's a little bit of work that needs to be done, and I forgot to mention that. We were a little bit more out there in the amount of the tax that we proposed, but we have a little bit of a different system. We worked really closely with the Tax Council to create this mechanism to do the taxation. And what's nice about this is we've talked with the comptroller's team, and there's a letter of information. They feel like they have the system in place over the next 2 or 3 years to actually get this implemented. But because we can't do the tax until we have the registry, there's a nice on-ramp to make sure that if this isn't working the way it's supposed to, we've got time before anybody has to pay anything. And they've committed to working with us on that. And I think that's a good setup here, that it's not like starting tomorrow, we're going to suddenly put this new tax on the data brokers without really having thought through the implementation of it.
David Frazier-Lago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 2 questions. Number one, is there any mechanism right now or any organization, I don't know if it's the AG, that manages or looks over or follows data brokers in the state of Maryland or not? Or would this kind of be like the first attempt to start to kind of rein that in a little bit, or at least manage them?
This will be the first attempt, yeah. So again, in the data privacy bills that we passed last year, there are mechanisms for citizens to be able to get their information back, to have their information deleted. But part of the issue is we know some of the bigger companies, the kind of, the Equifax, right? We know that they're doing this, but there is an entire industry of data brokers that literally they do nothing but take information from your cell phone, package it, and resell it. And we don't know those companies.
Okay, and the follow-up question, this might be a little challenging to connect the dots, but have you talked about, or maybe this is for the AG, have you seen how AI might start to influence data brokers, how that information is used, manipulated? Is that kind of coming AI a really big concern in the data space as well?
It is definitely a concern, and it's a concern within the AG community, both Democrats and Republicans. I've been in a number of conferences where this has been on the table. And again, just to hit home the importance of this bill and the resources I need, I'm often a fish out of water because I don't have the expertise, the understanding that our office needs to have to be able to apply these privacy protections, these AI, protections within the AI and even in the cybersecurity space that we that you would expect of the OAG, that we want to have, and that's why I need a unit of professionals that can do this work.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Delegate. Thanks for being here. So I certainly understand the perspective of the enforcement going after bad actors. And just looking at the fiscal note, it appears to say that you could do that with $2.5 million, but yet this bill generates $100 million potentially in revenue a year. And it's, I guess, designated, those additional funds are designated to go to a whole bunch of other things, including the blueprint of all things. So, I mean, is this a tax bill, or is this a bill about going after bad actors in coordination with the Attorney General's office? Because there is a, 2% of this testimony, let me flip it. 99% of this testimony is about going after bad actors, but yet the funding is 99% going elsewhere. And so maybe if you could answer that.
Yeah, I mean, so it's really both. And I will say, obviously it's at the discretion of your committee and the Ways and Means Committee, which is jointly referred on this, to figure out whether that percentage is correct. I think, the fiscal note may be a little overly optimistic. It would be great if we see even a fraction of that. Again, to be able to do the enforcement. Some of this is also, as we said, a little bit of a disincentive. If your entire business model is based, if your entire company is based off of this, there may be instances where you shouldn't be just like randomly selling things or harvesting data just because you can. I think at the end of the day, we have several instances in the state where we've created sort of additional taxes on things where we don't necessarily want them incentivized, or we want there to be, some sort of an additional fee because we know that there's a negative connotation to it. I mean, again, in the context of the way we talked about the kids' data privacy bill last year, I mean, we know that what big tech is doing with is doing to our kids, what they are deliberately doing, and they have engineered their products to do, is to keep people on their devices, on their platforms as long as possible so that they can harvest their information. That is how they make their money. And so I think from our perspectives, it is a reasonable reply to say, obviously we've put guardrails in place to make sure that some of those things can't continue, But where you are still making, again, billions of dollars, this isn't like, an on the margins business. They are making an incredible amount of money that it is reasonable for us to say, we're going to tax that at an appropriate rate. And if the wildest dreams come to fruition, we're going to put some of that money into investing in education.
Okay. Thank you for answering this question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, have to welcome our good minority leader, Delegate Buckle. Look at you have a question, or is that an accident?
No, I do have a question.
You're a little taller than you were last
It's
night,
not,
Delegate Buckle.
I know. I think the good chair intentionally sat me in like a kiddie chair over here to try to demonstrate. I think that's what happened.
It's your shrimp-like stature. Go ahead.
Wow. Where's the ethics? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having us here today. So we're from Ways and Means. We deal with taxes all the time. I guess the questions we don't deal very much in Maryland. There might be something that's a gross revenues tax with this apportioned formula, but it's pretty strange. I don't mean strange in a negative way. I mean, it's very extremely unique. The question I had is, in looking at the testimony from people like Maryland Tech Council and others who deal with this, other states that have tried to do something have adopted a much more narrow and specific definition of data broker.
Yeah.
So that they make sure that they're not capturing traditional entities, businesses, small businesses and large who, because you do credit card transactions or you shop online, they're in the business of accumulating data. Occasionally they may sell it or market it in ways that are legal.
Right.
They don't want to be caught up in this because that would be kind of catastrophic. Are you willing to sort of consider, looks like Vermont, California, Texas, you got small states, big states, red states, blue states. They're doing a different definition. Is that, if the bill moved forward, would you be okay with making sure we modified that?
100%, Delegate. Yeah, thank you for the question. As I said, we're still trying to figure out how we can thread that needle. And I know we spent a lot of time last year in particular on the definitions in those data privacy bills. So this was the first attempt. But if there is an interest in moving the bill forward, we're 100% happy to sit down and figure out which definition is a little bit more precise.
Okay. And then the second question is the Council of State Taxation, appears in front of our committee all the time, points out, if you're a company that's already doing business in Maryland, even though you don't have a physical nexus here, you're still subject to our corporate income tax for the transactions that you undertake in Maryland or revenue that you derive from Maryland. Would this be a double taxation system for them then? Because, you're getting taxed on your profits, so to speak. You have to file a corporate income tax return. And then on top of that, you're getting this nationwide apportioned formula for your gross revenues. Are you concerned that will lead to some litigation and perhaps some issues of that, hey, I'm getting taxed both ways on this, and we don't apply that to other industries for their services into the state?
No, we are not, and I will admit I am. You are more of an expert on the taxation side, serving on the committee. But in the conversations that we've had with council, again, we have a couple of other examples, particularly on cigarettes and alcohol in particular, where we have sort of a similar.
That's the only ones I was thinking of. Is cigarettes does have some level of the apportionment.
Right. So I mean, again, this is we feel like this is a tax for the privilege of doing this type of business in the state, as we sort of apply to those other industries. And again, from a perspective of, these are companies that are basically making billions of dollars off of all of our information.
Okay, and you're willing to narrow that down to these companies that are really in this space?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you for the answers.
And look forward to, if there's any, amendments that we have to getting them before, bill hearing. Be great.
I'll put Delegate Whitney in charge of that.
Please do.
We'll do it on the floor.
Yeah, no more on the floor. Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, for the record, you started, I went down to your committee, did an entire bill hearing and came back and you're still going.
I'll let you draw your own conclusions on that one.
Yeah, I know. Question for you though. I see there's other data registries. Is there anybody else doing a tax on this specific type of industry?
And Marissa may have more information on that as well. So Oregon is working on one, Washington State is working on one, and I believe Vermont is.
Vermont has legislation this year.
Yeah. So everybody's, we work on a lot of things. I got you. Okay, so the answer is no, nobody else. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a real fast one. We have a budget shortfall. We're trying to draw business to Maryland. This bill is taxing business, and it's overtaxing business based on how you want to pay these revenues out. Is this really the smartest thing we should be doing right now by trying to attract business by sitting back saying, you know, we're going to fund a whole bunch of other things on a tax we're making up today?
So I appreciate the question, Delegate. I would say these companies, yeah, that's exactly, thank you, Mr. Chair. These are not the businesses that are harvesting our children's data and figuring out how to manipulate them. That's not a business I want in the state. So again, if this doesn't raise the revenue in here and all it does is prevent these companies from taking advantage of citizens and our
Is it going to
children.
get rid of the businesses that are already doing this that we don't consider hurting?
No, again, and if, you know, we need to narrow the definition to make sure we're not harming the good actors and the folks who are doing this in a way that has been long established and correct, we're happy to do that. But those are not the businesses we're trying to target here. You know, the company that's taking literally your GPS pings and making sure that somebody knows that you've gone to, you know, that they can monetize the fact that you may be going to an AA meeting or, you know, to an addiction recovery center. That's not the kind of company I want established in Maryland or doing business in our state.
Or would legislation be to get rid of them be better, other than taxing? Because other people will be hit by this. If they exist in our state, those tax dollars, when they are buying that, their profits are going to increase, and that's going to fall back on the users.
I think we can agree to disagree on that.
Thank you.
Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question, does the bill affect or snag social media companies when you actually voluntarily put your information online?
No.
It does not. So if you're on Facebook and you're putting personal information on there, or information that the world can see, or X, for example, that they can use this data for themselves? And
correct.
Does that include for artificial intelligence, since both companies are doing that now?
As long as it's within, if Facebook were to turn around and take that information and then sell it as a data broker entity, that would be a different story, but that's not what those companies do. They use it for their own internal purposes.
So they actually, that is what both companies intend to do. X through Grok and Meta through their future AI company, whatever that's going to be, and whatever that's going to look like, as well as ChatGPT, which actually does have a monthly fee or an annual fee. This is literally what they do. So it seems like, and I'm not certain because it's a big bill. It's a sincere question. It seems like this snags them in that. Do you think it does?
So they have not reached out to us to say that it does. Again, their current model, they are not selling the data that they're accumulating. They're using it for their own internal purposes in their own businesses. They're not then turning around and selling it to other companies. They're not brokering that data. And again, I don't know, Marissa,
the only thing I would add to that is that I think the way this focuses on like the personal information, right? So it's if you're posting something and they're using that to feed into their large language AI models, then that would be considered under the definition sort of public information. It wouldn't be considered the same type of personal information or personal data that this is sort of speaking to. So it would depend on what information
I heard was the nexus is that you're selling it, which they are selling it. So I guess it just seems, I mean, per what Delegate Ahrens was saying, it seems that, so the governor is saying he wants quantum computing and AI centers in Maryland. And I think that we all do. Which is a good thing. But I feel like this bill is making it so that you're not going to have quantum computing and AI data centers in Maryland based on the bill. I mean, it's just a comment, so thank you.
And I just want to be clear, so we're talking about personal data, correct, not public data?
correct.
So I just make sure that we don't get too far off the mark here. And this is about them collecting, if they're making money off of our Marylanders' personal data, the issue is, do we want them to pay for it? I think that's where we're at. Do we want to know who they are and what they're doing? So I believe that's my understanding of the bill. I know it's an extensive bill, but I think that's all we have from this panel. You do have one virtual. Katriona Fitzgerald.
Hi, Chair Wilson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1089. My name is Katrina Fitzgerald. I'm Deputy Director at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, or EPIC. EPIC is an independent nonprofit founded over 30 years ago to secure the fundamental right to privacy in the digital age. EPIC strongly supports this bill, especially the registration requirements, which provide some level of transparency to an otherwise completely opaque industry. Data brokers are companies that most people have never heard of, yet their entire business model is to profit off of our personal data. I doubt anyone on the committee has heard of National Public Data, but they were breached last year, exposing 2.9 billion records, including social security numbers, likely including each member of this committee. And breaches are not the only harmful result of data broker practices, right? Data that's bought and sold about us is often inaccurate. It can lead to wrongful denials of credit, housing, and jobs. Sale of personal data has also been shown to enable stalking, gendered violence, threats to public officials, and more. So these harms are why it's critical, particularly as you consider taxing data brokers' income to pay for critical government services, that you do all you can to rein in data brokering. And as Delegate Solomon, the Attorney General, and many members said, Maryland made great strides towards that last year with the passage of the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act. I did include a couple of recommendations in my written testimony for ways I think you could build on that a little further, including California passed a Delete Act last year that provided like a central deletion mechanism for residents to go to if they want data brokers to delete their data. And the other recommendation is that you add a penalty for failing to register. States with data broker registries have a chronic problem with under registration. So I think a trigger that ensures that people data brokers register would be really important. But enforcement of privacy laws is really critical to ensure that companies are actually following them. So EPIC urges a favorable report of House Bill 1089. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It sounded like she was saying that we don't have, as far as a penalty for failure to register. Is that correct? So that would be, sounds like something that would be interesting to add.
Correct, yeah. Okay. And I was going to say thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Chair. The personal data, that's what I was looking for, does not include de-identified data or publicly available information. So to your question, Delegate Fisher, if you were to post something on social media, that becomes publicly available.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, this concludes the favorables, and now we're on to the unfavorables. Grayson Wiggins, thank you. Margaret Durkin, and Kaylee Locklear.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are in opposition to this bill. So, to some of the points that were made earlier, this bill is written immensely broad in scope, and it does in fact include businesses who should not be considered data brokers. As defined in the bill, and I'd point you to page 10, lines 14, 15, and 31 and 32, any business that even receives data will be considered a data broker, and that is just about every single business in the world. I was glad to hear Delegate Solomon is open to some amendments here, but we believe that the language needs to be changed to be appropriately tailored to actual businesses who sell data. So I'd refer you to lines 31, 32. We're proffering language to go ahead and fix that and tailor that to the act of selling to third parties that do not have direct relationships. And this is something that was in the data privacy bill, the comprehensive bill that passed last year. So with that, I'll go ahead and end my remarks. Glad to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilson and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director with TechNet, a technology trade association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on House Bill 1089. TechNet and its member companies are committed to consumer privacy, and we were active stakeholders in last session's process as well as prior years with the comprehensive data privacy bill here in the state of Maryland. However, we have significant concerns about House Bill 1089 as currently drafted. In our view, we believe that it is overly broad. And as prior people have mentioned, the definition of data broker appears to include any business that collects data. We Our view on the bill is that the definitions are inconsistent and many of the terms do not match up with the existing Maryland privacy law. The exemptions also conflict with state privacy law's exemptions, and we also believe that should this bill advance, we would want to see a fraud abatement exemption, as that is a big part when collecting consumer data. TechNet works to ensure that tax structures create level playing fields across the board and don't unfairly impact one sector, product, or service over another. And we're concerned that this registry will eventually lead to a label and tax situation where many businesses will be subject to not only this tax, but those that are subject to the digital advertising tax, if they fall under that, as well as the corporate net income tax here. And we believe that data providers provide valuable resources to those that need data, and for the above stated reasons, we're opposed to House Bill 1089. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce in opposition to the bill. You have our written testimony, so I'll be quick. We share the concerns with the broad definition and the fact that it could unintentionally incorporate small businesses across the state as under the definition of data broker. I would also just quickly note, and I think the AG stipulated in his testimony, that data brokers play an important role in preventing fraud, assessing risk, providing identity verification, which businesses rely upon. And I think to the Vice Chair's question, if no other state's implementing this tax, we're concerned that that could limit availability for those services here in the state. Thank you.
Megan Stokes. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Megan Stokes. I serve as the State Policy Director for the Computer and Communications Industry Association. We are a nonprofit tech trade association whose members' companies will be impacted by this proposal. As currently written, HB 1089 covers almost every Maryland business. It does sound like the sponsor is willing to make amendments to the definitions, and we look forward to working with Delegate Solomon on this. But right now, it's virtually impossible to sell products online without collecting personal data, such as names, shipping addresses, or payment information. The proposed regulations would apply to nearly every Maryland business with a website, regardless of whether its products and services are physical or digital. As an example, I don't think of the Capital Gazette as a data broker, but under this bill, they would have to register and pay this tax. Also, there's some concerns about the bill's definition of business entity. It's limited to Maryland residents when the business is also an individual. However, the resident limitation is not present when the business is a corporation, partnership, or joint venture. Consequently, this bill would tax businesses outside of Maryland who are serving Maryland residents. This could discourage businesses outside Maryland from serving Maryland consumers. Additionally, this section conflicts with the Federal Internet Tax Freedom Act, which prohibits states from imposing discriminatory taxes on electronic commerce, as well as the Constitutional Dormant Commerce Clause. When Maryland enacted the Digital Advertising Gross Revenues Tax in 2021, that law was challenged at both the state and federal levels. Maryland State Court did strike down the law, citing several unconstitutional provisions, including discrimination against out-of-state commerce. This law is still being litigated. We ask that we have a little bit more time to work with the delegate on some language around this bill. We appreciate the committee's consideration of these comments and stand ready to provide additional information. Thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like we have a lot of favorables with amendments, but interested in getting those amendments. I just want to clarify in reading the bill, it says definition of data brokering means that the act of collecting, aggregating, analyzing, buying, selling, and sharing. Doesn't say or. So when we talk about mom and pop stores, we talk about Safeway, yeah, they can collect data. Nobody's saying here because they have to share it. And that's, I want to make sure that we, again, stay on what the crux is, because it says very clearly an and, not an or, unless I'm missing something. And I don't mind tidying up the definitions, by the way. I just want to make sure that the intent is to deal with people who are making money off of selling, i.e. sharing our data. So if that is not tight enough, obviously we can. But I don't believe that, and again, I'm sure we're going to hear some further, discussion about this, but the goal was to go after people who are selling our data. Not a question, just a comment. Delegate Adams.
Thank
Mr. Chairman. So let me just start. We just recently passed the data privacy law in the state of Maryland. Can you just refresh my memory? When did we pass that?
Last year.
Last year. Okay. When did it go into effect? I mean, just. Of course. Did it go into effect in October or?
Yeah.
October 1. So we are not even 3-4 months into. I'm sorry. So the bill went into effect in 2025. Okay. So my question is, you are industry, you're representing the interests of these private sector partners in varying ways, but has there been any conversation, questions, concerns coming from the Attorney General's office? Are there any of your partners that you represent that feel like that there's any evidence that we need to bring out the Superman, you understand, of the Attorney General to go after private sector? Just asking the question.
So TechNet represents 97 members, and to my knowledge, I haven't heard anything from them, but they are an individual company on their own, and we represent the whole group, but I have not gotten word.
It's probably a rhetorical question, so I'll get to the next one, which is if it just became in effect, do you even know what compliance looks like? I mean, have we promulgated regulations? Have we had engagement with the Attorney General's office? Has there been any discussions that it would even lead you to understand whether there's a problem that needs to be solved right now?
Not at our office, no. We've not been contacted by the Attorney General's office. The primary concern we've gotten is from this bill. I think to the chair's point with the definition of data brokering, so if the and is inclusive, then you could sell, but if you don't share, you're not covered under this bill.
Right, right. So my other question, and it's the second to the last one, Mr. Chairman, thank you. If we have other states that are defining things differently, and here we are in the state of Maryland, don't I go back to some of the concerns we have to begin with that we're trying to create a national conversation in our single state of Maryland, and that it's going to create some unintended consequences that will be detrimental to the state. Now, I have a last question for that, but I suppose I'll just get your opinion on whether or not this is anti-business within the lens of you're trying to do business in all states, I assume, and therefore when we have a patchwork quilt of laws, that's bad enough, but now we've got the Attorney General that wants to bring the thunder, and I would imagine that's alerting some of the private sector members here.
So patchwork is definitely the key word here. And to the chairman's point, we would be very interested in bringing the language in line with other states. California, Vermont, and Texas all look at direct relationships and sale. And that's what they limited that definition to, and that's what we're advocating for.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, my only thought, and it's going to be, isn't that so question, Mr. Chairman, we are going to have taxes this year. We're going to have tax increases. There's probably going to be a lot of them. And this is just one more on top of what is likely to be a lens of additional burdens that are being put on private sector. At the same time that the state of Maryland is going to be looking at private sector and saying, help us as we're trying to balance our budget. Help us innovate and grow in places where we consider ourselves in a position of strength, which is technology. And at the same time, we're going to bring a bill with a tax regime that looks like a double tax through the lens of some testimony, which should be just wrong. I mean, this should die on its face. But bringing the Attorney General in through an enforcement mechanism at this point in time where we're trying to get innovation, grow the private sector, are you concerned about the direction this is headed?
Yes, we're concerned. And once again, there's criminal penalties in the bill that are probably excessive.
We need to work on that too.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And I do believe we try to address as many of those criminal penalties in our business laws as we can. So please keep an eye on that if this bill may move forward. I would remind my colleagues that we have 88 witnesses today. So those multifaceted questions, if we can narrow those down a little bit, I would much appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, but I'm going to make it as quick as I can, okay? I appreciate the chairman's comments about we can tighten this bill up, but when I listened to this and I listened to your comments and the way I read it, it does include anybody that does do something. And then I listened to the testimony, well, these are the people we don't want in our state. And to me, that resonated that we don't want business in our state because this is what we're trying to do. And I'm worried that as we look at this bill, we're sending that message out that we're collecting all this data. We're going to do what we will with this data, but it's okay to do all this stuff as long as we can tax them. Isn't that so? Would you agree? How about that?
Yes. There you go.
Okay, thank you very much. See, I was quick.
Good job.
Thank you. I do believe that concludes this hearing. Thank you, guys. And moving on to the next hearing. Delegate Fisher.
Okay. There are, I think so, yeah. There are quite a few people that signed up. Okay, yes. Kind of coming in. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Before you. Shocker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, you threw me off. Members of the committee, before you is House Bill 1182, for the record, Delegate Mark Fisher. The bill is titled Corporations and Associations Methodist Church Trust Requirement Repeal. This bill repeals provisions of existing trust law that require all assets owned by the Methodist Church to be held in trust for the United Methodist Church and subject to disciplined usage and ministerial appointments of the United Methodist Church. We did see this bill last year. So Southern Maryland, Delegate, the chairman of this committee and the vice chairman of this committee, we all represent communities in Southern Maryland. Southern Maryland is really the home of religious tolerance in the United States. A lot of people don't know this. The Maryland Tolerance Act was passed in 1649 by the Assembly of Maryland in the colony of St. Mary's City. And it was passed for the purposes of protecting Catholics who were fleeing Great Britain at the time because they were being hung or murdered simply because of their faith. So they took to ships and came to St. Mary's County and created their own colony. The Calvert family founded Maryland partly as a refuge for English Catholics. Put simply, Southern Maryland and Maryland in general is where religious freedom was founded. In fact, when you head from Calvert County to St. Mary's County, you will see signs all along the way that say the Tolerance Byway, which refers to the tolerance of all faiths. I also want to bring up the fact that this particular bill deals with a lot of different religious issues that it really shouldn't, because these issues should be dealt with back home, not here in Annapolis. That's why we want this removed from statute. The good chairman of this committee also did the state a huge favor by holding the Catholic Church accountable. And we saw the Netflix series, The Keepers, where Father Maskell, who engaged in both pedophilia and murder in the city of Baltimore, was the person that was covered in The Keepers. And we held the church accountable, and that was a good thing. Father Maskell, for the record, was my parish priest. So that's why this hits home, this particular bill. The church should not be protected in state law, and the fact that we are even here today is kind of absurd when you think about it. Why are we here today even talking about this? Shouldn't this be decided back home or in the courts? But no, this protection is afforded to only one faith, and that is the Methodist faith. They're going to tell you otherwise. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't be protected at all. So the good folks that you're going to hear from today belong to Methodist churches throughout the state, and they basically want to disaffiliate. And you might think, well, in the Catholic Church, when you want to disaffiliate, which is why I brought up the Keepers, you do so by leaving the church. The archdiocese owns all the property. So it's pretty easy. You just have to leave. In the Methodist faith, it's different, because the good people in those communities donated the land, built the church, and yes, they did, built the church, paid for the church, currently pay for the cemeteries to be maintained. They pay for the buildings to be maintained. They pay for the minister that's assigned to them by the conference. They pay for everything. In fact, they've always paid for everything. And now that the church has been hijacked, they have decided, the good people in these churches have decided they want to disaffiliate. Except that the Methodist Conference is saying, well, you really can't unless you pay us off for the property that you already paid for. And this trust protects that. It protects, the Methodist Conference from this disaffiliation from happening. So unlike my faith in the Catholic Church, where I could disaffiliate based on all of the things that I saw and learned later in life, these good people can't. They can't disaffiliate. And so that's what they're asking. They're asking for the state to stop protecting them, just as the state held the Catholic Church accountable. So today, you're going to hear from many of these good people. And as I said, Mr. Chairman, you heard this bill last year. And as you know, there's no other church that has this clause in statute. We need to get rid of it and let these good people fight it out in court and at home with the church. And it's pretty sad when a church decides that the only way they can keep the parishioners from coming is by not letting them disaffiliate. It's by basically saying you can't own the church that you paid for over all these generations. It's really kind of sad, and it shows a lack of character, in my opinion. And if you really wanted to change and really wanted to prove things in the church and you were the leadership of the church, you would do so. But instead, they're using this particular statute to protect themselves. And so for all those reasons, I really do appreciate you hearing this bill again. Senator Muse has this bill in the Senate. Mr. Chairman, I don't care which bill you move. This isn't about me. It's not. It's about these good people. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, delegates, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Henry Oakley. I'm a Christian, a husband, a father, a farmer, and leader at St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Hebron, Maryland. Using a sports metaphor, the goalpost has been moved. We're playing under one set of rules, and the officials changed the rules in the middle of the game, only this isn't a game. In 1897, the forefathers of our church in Hebron, Maryland, founded and built a church to worship Jesus. They associated themselves with the Methodist Episcopal Church, which eventually became the United Methodist Church. I have here a copy of the 1892 Doctrine of Discipline that was the governing document of the church. Within this document, there is what will be later known as the Trust Clause. The existence of the Trust Clause is undeniable. What has become problematic is just how far the United Methodist Church has gotten from the original intent of the governing document and the intended use of the Trust Clause. The denomination moved the goalpost, so to speak. The founders of the United Methodist Church and my local church could not have ever imagined the denomination could have gotten so far from its intended goals. Not only has the United Methodist Church strayed from its original purpose, the United Methodist Church has become oppressive to those it holds under its authority. Delegates in committee, while church law is not under your purview, Maryland law is. Maryland law that is solely established for the United Methodist Church has now been wielded by the United Methodist Church as a weapon to oppress and remove property from thousands of Maryland citizens. The Maryland law that provides the United Methodist Church Trust Clause needs to be repealed. The law has become a form of bondage and oppression to Marylanders of all political parties, walks of life, and is contrary to the ideals of freedom that this country was founded upon. As Moses asked the Pharaoh, "Let my people go," I ask you for your help in freeing thousands of Marylanders from unjust oppression. I humbly ask for your favorable vote on House Bill 1182.
Honorable members of the House Legislature, I am Stephen Collins, a member of a local congregation in the county and also certified public accountant here in the state. I'm here today to support House Bill 1182, which aims to repeal certain sections of the Maryland Code related to the trust requirement for Methodist church properties. This bill is crucial for protecting the rights of local churches like mine and ensuring fairness in our state. Why do we need this bill? So currently, Maryland law requires that all assets of Methodist churches be held in trust for the United Methodist Church, meaning that if our congregation leaves, even though we funded and maintained it for generations, we could lose our property. This is unfair and restricts our religious freedom. House Bill 1182 would remove this state-level requirement, allowing us to keep our property upon separation, which is essential for our autonomy and, of extra interest to the legislators of these districts, community stability. So think economically what would happen if 10 congregations in your district disbanded, leaving empty churches to fall in disrepair. They're not seeking local businesses for maintenance and services. They're not going to breakfasts or lunches nearby, and they're not supporting community needs that augment your district programs. Is that what you want, the kind of impact you want for your constituency? Over some supporting facts, so over 7,600 U.S. churches have left the Methodist Church since 2019. Many facing property loss, and in Maryland, 37 local churches recently lost a court case over this issue, showing a need for change. No one's banging on the door to join this church. Everyone's trying to run out. If it's not obvious, where there's smoke, there's fire. This bill is neutral and within the state's authority to regulate property law, aligning with the neutral principles of law approach used in courts. I'll point out a missing detail in this bill's lack of retroactivity, which might limit its impact on existing deeds and potentially requiring further legal action for churches with trust clauses. So bill sponsored, I would suggest the committee could further strengthen the bill with that addition. So for a call to action, I urge all of you to support House Bill 1182, which will empower local churches, protect our property rights, and respect our right to self-determination. Thank you.
Yes. Do I need to turn this on? Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this committee. I'm Philip Sewell, a leader of Bethesda United Methodist Church near Damascus, Maryland. Our church supports enactment of House Bill 1182 because the Baltimore-Washington Conference of the United Methodist Church is using the trust clause language that is being proposed for repeal to hold our church hostage. And despite our desire to disaffiliate or separate, consistent and be free to worship in a manner consistent with biblical scripture. This hostage situation is caused by the application of the trust language to justify the position that all of our assets, property, buildings, and monies belong to the conference and not the local church. Their position is we either have to remain in the conference against our will or separate by abandoning the church property and forfeiting all of our assets. This is an untenable position for a country church near Damascus, Maryland, that was founded in 1808, incorporated in 1857, and maintained to this day by local Christians and not maintained by the conference. When our beliefs and freedom to worship are consistent with Scripture were compromised by positions taken by the United Methodist Church, we intended to separate. Their reaction to our church and others like us was to establish onerous conditions, the worst of which was to pay a penalty of 50% of our property value, or in our case, nearly $2 million. When asked if they would reduce that penalty to a more reasonable amount, their reaction was to say they were being gracious because they owned 100% of our assets. Even worse, they closed the window for allowing churches to separate by the end of 2023. So subsequently, no separation path is available today, and our church is trapped as an unwilling member of the conference. Therefore, our church is seeking legal action, and we're trying to protect our property rights. The U.S. Constitution, the basic tenet is to protect individual property rights, and that's what we're seeking. And this gentleman said exactly what I would. Exodus 9:1 says, God says to Moses, go to Pharaoh and say to him, let my people go so that they can worship me. Enacting House Bill 1182 would allow us to do that, work with the conference so that we can worship in a manner consistent with Scripture. Thank you for your time and your indulgence. I appreciate it.
All right, guys, and I know we have a lot of supporters of this bill, and they're going to testify, but I would just ask you to hold those outbursts. If you'd like to be recognized, if the leader of the bill would like, to introduce them by standing up, that's fine. But in this room, we would ask that there be no outbursts, clapping, things of that nature. Thank you very much.
My name is Travis Knoll, and I appreciate this time and your energy and effort. I'm an elder in the United Methodist Church in the Baltimore Washington Conference, and I understand that the purpose of the trust clause and the trust law was to preserve assets from the children of congregations that were Methodist that are no longer wishing to be Methodist. That is not what's happening here. What's happening here is there are two different understandings of what it means to be United Methodist. There is an older one and then a new one. We're doing a new thing. In May of 2024, we passed new rules that changed the rules quite substantially in the House. And now this law is being used against those who like the old way of understanding the rules of the church, to penalize them to the tune of already $10 million was taken from churches or was received from churches that bought their way out. And another 40 wanted out but couldn't afford it. My church was asked for $2.5 million to leave. We don't have $2.5 million. And I believe that what's happening is this part of the reason that we were asked for $2.5 million was because the conference believed they own our building. Why do they believe they own our building? Because the Maryland law says so. And that's not what this law was intended to do, was to adjudicate between different understandings of what it means to be Methodist. It was intended to say, if you're no longer Methodist, you want to be Baptist or something else, then you don't get to keep your building. Well, we don't want to be something not Methodist. We want to be the kind of Methodist we've always been. And so using this law in this way, I believe, makes it an unconstitutional application of the law. And it is inappropriate that the state weighs in on how Methodists should practice their faith.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Beal, and I'm a former United Methodist Church pastor in Damascus, Maryland. I pastored the church until 2023 when the conference no longer recognized me as such, as I acknowledged that I supported disaffiliation. The conference has used a trust clause in Maryland Code that House Bill 1182 proposes repealing to stop efforts to disaffiliate from them. They want this law to remain in place because it benefits their agenda of holding churches captive. It may be said today that the conference has followed the trust clause initiated by John Wesley in England clear back to 1750, but that is no longer the case. If it were, we would not be here today. For over 200 years, the Book of Discipline has been used to bring order to the church, and people have chosen to follow God according to Scripture. As of last year, the discipline has been changed to support agendas we do not believe align with the Word of God. As a result, we are being held hostage against our will by being charged a 50% property value fee upon which each church wants to continue to follow the Word of God and leave the conference. The conference alleges that the trust clause grants them possession of all local church assets. These actions by the conference run counter to my sense of fairness, since local Christians have built and maintained our church for 217 years and the conference has not. If the conference allowed Bethesda Church to leave today without the 50% property value cost, which for us is $1.7 million, we still pay the conference $80,000. This is the agreed upon amount for us to separate. So I fully support your move to repeal this clause. As a Bible-believing church, we fully support you and thank you for standing with us in removing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Good job. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, delegates, especially thanks to Delegate Fisher for a nice opening. Please support the repeal of the trust clause. This is a bill that
Sir, could you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Sorry. My name's Tim Sherman. I'm from Hart's United Methodist Church, Northeast Maryland, Cecil County. We're a real small church, and we're in a bad way right now. Please support the repeal of the trust clause. This is the bill that lets the state of Maryland regulate a part of our religious freedom that is being used to support unfair practices by the United Methodist Church to prohibit churches from retaining their property if leaving the conference. The UMC pays nothing for these properties and assets. Their bureaucracy and fees are making belonging to this conference a real challenge. Each church pays a percentage of their yearly income as an apportionment amount, as well as the pastor and staff's yearly salary. Each church pays all their maintenance, utility bills, and many churches also support a cemetery. Our church does not have a way to leave, and there's no negotiating. This trust is being used to help the larger UMC subvert and bow to newer social trends that radically changes the Bible's message. These changes, many of us find appalling and definitely against many scriptures in the Bible. This is a clear corruption of the trust we traditional Methodist churches have with the UMC. And again, thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Cox, and I come from Calvert County. I am a United Methodist that goes way back 6 generations when we were just Methodists. I attended the Senate bill last week, it's a couple weeks ago, 586, and hearing from clergy and former members and many people who were with the legal procedural statements, I sat invisible in the back. And it occurred to me that all of you needed to hear from someone who made the biscuits. I made the biscuits for the fundraisers, and there's a tradition that was handed down, and I had to work really hard at maintaining that. I'd like to give wonderful, wonderful praise to Senator Muse, to Delegate Fisher, to Delegate Adams and Delegate Arntz for pursuing this. I made the biscuits, and these biscuits helped to pay for 2 mortgages, the HVAC system, the old furnace repair, and the replacement thereof, the Sunday school supplies, the children who went to camp, mission projects, etc. The biscuits are made by people of the church, and they help the community as well. Sometimes these biscuits do more. In fact, I made the biscuits so that we could pay our apportionment. That is the fee that we pay the conference. We did this so that we could pay it annually, and therefore we stayed in good standing with the Baltimore-Washington Conference United Methodist Church. For many years in my lifetime, and that's working on 8 decades now, I watched the Baltimore-Washington Conference, UMC, maintain a thread of unity and accountability, and we just got along. We were friends. We were surely friends. But over time, our book of discipline, if I may have a few more, our tradition, our experience, our reasoning, our Bible teaching became challenged, and the money became the focus. When I grumbled, I was told that my church could have a vote to stay or go. Well, we did have a vote, and the majority of my people voted to leave, but we didn't make the percentage necessary to leave. So we did not have the money to pay $2.2 million, and that's a lot of biscuits. I believe the local community church should be released from this trust clause in this time in history and be given the opportunity to leave without penalty.
I need to wrap it up. I appreciate that. You go ahead and finish this.
I think you got my point. I made the biscuits. And thank you for your time.
That's a good way to sum it up.
Greetings. My name is Luther Stump, a longtime member of Clark's United Methodist Church in Bel Air, Maryland. We have less than a 100-member congregation. By God's grace, we were able to build a new church in 2004. Financially, we did it with church tithing, men's days, women's days, chicken and fish dinners, and a lot of prayer. Later to learn that due to a trust clause, our church belongs to the United Methodist Conference, who did not contribute a dime to our building or property. We feel that this clause is totally unfair and should be removed from the Maryland Code. We sincerely regret this entire situation. We understand that we are a connectional church. However, we should be connected by our love for God and one another, and not by a trust clause. It's time for a change. Thank you.
My name is Rich Collins. I reside in Woodbine, Maryland, in Carroll County. I grew up in Montgomery County, where I attended a rather large Methodist church in Aspen Hill. Because of my perfect attendance, I was asked to lay the cornerstone of a new sanctuary building. That was many decades ago. I won't tell you exactly how many. I even taught Sunday school to teenagers, one of which became my pastor. All of us who grew up in a Methodist church know that our pastors are rotated out every 4, 5, 6 years. Every now and then it might go beyond 10 years. Recently, I became aware that there is a business reason that pastors are rotated out, and it's not the same reason that was given as I was growing up. The word pastor comes from the Latin pastoris, meaning keeper of sheep or cattle, shepherd. In ancient Israel, the sheepfold was a rock wall enclosure of loosely stacked stones, and this provided protection for the sheep. In the morning, the shepherd would call his sheep, and they would exit the fold because they knew his voice. In essence, the sheep belonged to the property owner, not the shepherd. It makes good business sense for the Methodist Church to rotate the pastors of churches so that the congregants do not get too attached. A pastor may lead church members to greener pastures that could very well be in conflict with the Methodist Church. The trust clause in the Maryland law is antiquated. Members of a church congregation are not property. Those physical structures that church members have built is through the use of their labor and property. In other words, their cash. I encourage all distinguished members of the General Assembly to vote in favor of this legislation. My time is up. I thank you for yours.
My name's William Brown, and I'm actually a trustee chair of Clark's United Methodist Church in Bel Air, Maryland. Our church was deeded to our ancestors in the year 1855 by Clark's family. A group of free and enslaved African Americans started the congregation in 1855 to include a grave site. The church was rebuilt in 1883, was called Clark's Chapel Church, which is now deemed historic. In 2003, the congregation decided to build a brand new church with a full basement, finished, commercial kitchen, and outside large pavilion. I express this because all ownership was accomplished by our ancestors and present congregation. The Clark's Chapel Church trustees named on both deeds and bank loan. No one has helped us pay the mortgage insurance, cemetery maintenance, utility bills, building maintenance, and all other various state and county inspections that are required. The Baltimore-Washington Conference provided us with pastors to the churches, but the churches paid the pastor's salary, to include paying mission funds required by the Baltimore-Washington Conference. We have always paid both. Our church does its own mission work by financially supporting sickle cell, Alzheimer's, homeless, and other events. When using a bank lender as an example, who uses a third party to put property in a trust, they will only take over the property if the borrower defaults in payment, and we have never done that. I feel the idea of a church conference owning church properties takes me back to what our ancestors went through by having property they owned stolen from them. We feel the Clark's Chapel United Methodist trustees and congregation of the church are the true owners of the property. I appreciate you all if you would actually stand with us and vote for this bill and get rid of that trust clause. Thank you.
Are there any more favorables? I believe we've called everybody. Usually I call you guys up, but everybody volunteered to come up before I call them. I know we do have a few questions. I do have one. I guess my question, we talk about the Book of Discipline, and so if this, all the scenario plays out in the Book of Discipline, why does this need to be in statute?
Sure. That's a great question. That's our argument. Our argument is it shouldn't be in statute. Just as you held the Catholic Church to account with the bill that you passed, and I very much supported that. and made sure that they pay for what they did in the 1960s and 70s, because those were the 2 decades that this occurred primarily in the greater Baltimore area, with even the Baltimore City Police colluding with the Catholic Church. So do the people in the Methodist Church want to disaffiliate with the conference, except that there is this thing in law that requires them to stay connected. And so they're asking for that freedom, that separation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to just, I don't know if it's a point of personal privilege or just a point. I'm really uncomfortable with the idea of comparing the pedophilia in the Catholic Church and abuse in the Catholic Church with a disagreement about what Scripture tells us we should do and who we should embrace and our churches. And I think those are two really different, and one is an absolutely disgusting, illegal in the state of Maryland set of behaviors, and the victimization in those churches is absolutely appalling, and we need to stand up. And I agree that I celebrate our chair in his work on that effort. I just think it's really inappropriate to compare that to the fact that all faiths have evolving and changing understandings of what Scripture tells us we're to believe in. And I think that it's reasonable for there to be disagreements within faiths about that. And I think it's, in addition to being inappropriate to compare it to pedophilia that we've seen in the Catholic and other churches, I also think it sort of is dangerous for us to take a position on this. I think that it's, I'm struck, I've been reading sort of through what it is that we have in law, and I'm struck by, there's a range of complicated ways that property rights kind of the different churches, the Presbyterian Church, the Episcopal Church, the way it shows up in Maryland law. And I agree there may be something there to be like, well, what is our role in looking at property rights? In the churches, like what should that be? What should be in Maryland law? I think that's a reasonable conversation to have if we're looking across the board at all of them. But I feel really uncomfortable at the thought that there's a schism that's based on doctrine, and we're going to take a position as a state on that schism by saying we're changing a property rights issue while not really looking across the board at all of them. So I know that's more of a position statement. I'm happy to hear your response if you want to make one, or I'll just say, isn't that so?
Thank you. I believe that obviously the point is we have taken a position. I believe that's what they're saying by the state getting involved in this. Whenever we did, that they're saying, from what I've understood, that we have taken a position that maybe we shouldn't be taking the position and leaving the church to its own matters. That's my interpretation of it. And that's the way I understand it. I get your point, but as far as getting involved, I'm saying, because I don't want back and forth. I feel like we're creating that. I'm just saying what I understand their position to be.
Okay.
Delegate Pippy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate, just from a mechanical perspective, like maybe looking at it through the lens of an attorney. So I see that there's some pending litigation, potentially, Anna Rundle, some other player, an appeal, I guess, an appeal's going on. But what about from the, I'm just curious about the contractual side, right? So generally, constitutionally, states are not supposed to pass laws that infringe on contracts. So now look, this was an old thing from like the 1800s. And I mean, so could you maybe address that piece of it? Like, have we asked for, I know the AG was here earlier, but have we asked for like a recent opinion on whether if we deleted this law on the books, is there like a quick pending constitutional challenge to that? I mean,
Not at all. We have an AG opinion that we provided last year, and it still holds this year. So, and the chair has that, and happy to share it with you.
Can you just 5 seconds summarize that AG opinion for just
Says your proposal to repeal them does not offend at either. Repeal of the provisions do not violate the rights of any local church or the United Methodist Church to freely exercise their religion as they choose. It's a wholesale support of getting rid of the trust clause.
All right, thank you.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mark, I got a call last year, and I called you after I received the call to try to understand. I remember the bill hearing from last year. I drew general opinions, and before I ask the question, I think as a legislator, when it comes to sponsorship of bills, it comes down to one of like a couple, three categories. One is, hey, I'm a business owner. I understand business regulation. I'm going to put the bill in. The other couple of sponsorships are we go as colleagues and we try to get friends to join for the purpose of getting some influence and getting some weight to the bill. And then there's this last category, which is the bills that come from of and by the people. And when I was asked to participate in this bill hearing, the person's not here, but ultimately I said, Chris, this is where I want you to be on the subject. And it's a constituent who's asking for my support. Those are the best kind of bills, right? I mean, because those are the ones that get beyond just the business of legislating, and it gets to why we're here. Like, what are we doing here? I've been here for 11 years, and Mark, let me just say that I've co-sponsored or sponsored maybe this number of bills in 11 years that fall under the category of doing the right thing for the people, right? So I say that as my position statement, because I don't think we're carving unique or difficult territory for either side of this. I just think it's a good bill. So here's my question. You know, last year after the bill hearing, I went and I didn't want to go to the computer. I wanted to go to the book, right? We all have these.
Law library.
And in the book is the Methodist Church listed in our Maryland Code. So my question is, how does that make you feel as a legislator that we have in code the Methodist Church, and how does that relate to why you're here presenting this bill today?
Sure, I've always believed, and I think all of the folks that you've heard today believe that the content of your character is what keeps people coming to church. It's the content of the church, it's the character of the church. And your ability to disaffiliate, as so many people I know in the Catholic Church, which is why I brought it up, is identical, except that you can't when it was your parents and grandparents that paid for the buildings and gave the land and pay for everything and sell biscuits to pay for things. And then you can't get new parishioners in because they don't want to come because of the fact that so much has changed that you don't agree with. And so what you want to do is to disaffiliate, except you can't because of this trust clause.
It's in the book. So as I'm sitting here looking at the book, here's the politics of it to the extent that it exists, and that is that one party is using the state of Maryland's book to defend their position, but not in a way that wins on its merits. They're winning on the technicality that it exists. So the second, and frankly, to be my last question, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for letting me, yes, I promise. When you look at it through the lens of fairness and equity and helping people resolve problems, which is why we're here, isn't that what your bill's doing? It forces at some level both parties to come together. My last piece to that question goes to this. When I was meeting with the folks in my district on this subject, who are not here today, by the way, and I said, well, why don't you, because they were talking about this problem, I said, why don't you just leave the church, find another church to go to? And the response was, most already have.
Yes.
And I said, well, who are you and who do you represent? And the answer was, in our congregation, I represent one of 14 or 15 families who have decided that this is the place that they're going to stake their claim. And because their families were the biscuit makers, because they were the ones that gave the money, gave their time, their heritage, which goes back generations, you don't just leave that, right? And when you're putting the bill in like this, aren't you speaking for the folks that are staking their claim and hoping against hope that at some point they're going to be heard and not ignored because the Maryland Code grants one side of the equation the ability to ignore?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, to your point, I mean, the Methodist Church, the leadership even sent out communications to all of their churches and told them to testify against this bill. And that's because they're protected in statute. And I brought up the Catholic Church before also, because when the chairman held the church to account, which was the right thing to do, it was the only way that they could fix themselves. the only way this Methodist church, the Methodist church organization, if you will, can fix itself is if we remove this protection that they have, so that, as exactly what you said, Delegate Adams, they can actually communicate with each other and sit down and talk, which they're not in any way, shape, or form motivated to do right now.
And if I could add, we good?
Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you.
All right.
Delegate Queen.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the sponsor, you brought this bill last year, you mentioned.
Yes.
How has it changed this year?
It hasn't changed. It's the exact same bill, except that the chairman had an opportunity to do a lot of research and find that this is the only thing that we have to do.
Okay, so it's the same bill, no change to that. You mentioned something about that we needed this bill to get out the way of the, I guess, the sides at the church so that they could have their legal battle. Aren't they already in legal battle?
They can speak to that better than I. I think that there have been some legal battles, but Delegate Queen, they're being protected by this statute. And so
but there still will be in legal battle regardless of whether this is done or not.
Which would be probably a good thing, except that we're not protecting them in state law, just like we didn't protect the Catholic Church. That's why they're the same.
I understand that point. Your perspective there. I heard somebody talk about that the trust was there just in case our kids no longer wanted to be part of the Methodist Church and they could leave or whatever, or something like that. How many sects or denominations of Methodists do we have?
That I don't know. I doubt that the chairman would allow it, but there are plenty of folks here that would know, but I'm not the person.
So I looked up because I was just trying to figure out. They talked about two main sort of Methodists, United Methodists and Free Methodists. Are you familiar with them at all or what that means?
Just vaguely.
Okay. And then I looked some more to figure out, well, who was associated with United Methodists and who was associated with Free Methodists. And then I found like this plethora of Methodist church, like the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church, and the African Union Methodist Protestant Church. It seems like every time there's a schism, we get a new Methodist church.
And you would be absolutely right, because obviously there was a schism hundreds of years ago with the Catholic Church.
Right.
And there were wars over that.
Yeah.
And St. Mary's County in Southern Maryland was founded over that by the Catholics.
And that's
the difference is that this is protected in statute, and that's not what we should be doing. And I think this is.
But this statute has been done, the Methodist Church was founded in what, 1738 or something?
I think the statute was put in law in the 50s,
And the statute has been here, and we've had this statute for years, but now all of a sudden, there's this schism that we need to step back on. What makes this schism so much of a point that we need to change Maryland law that's been here for decades to solve this schism?
Right, we're not solving the schism. We're
Or to put our thumb on this schism.
So
let your church handle it like they've been handling it.
So we are protecting the people who built the churches to work it out themselves with the leadership. And that's the right way to handle this, rather than have the state offer the protection. And
the state is staying out of it because the state has always been out of it. That's the position we're taking.
Well, see, yeah, so the interesting thing is if there were ever a bipartisan bill that I've ever presented, it would be this. And I can assure you that for those who truly believe that there should be a separation between the two and that they should battle out and you should win the hearts and minds of people with the content of your character on the pulpit, this would be it. So, this bill is put in for all the right reasons. And I can certainly assure you that the vast majority of people would agree with that. And I certainly understand you're taking the position potentially of supporting the leadership. But I'm supporting the people that built the church.
I'm supporting the laws we've been protecting for over 50 years here, I mean, for more than 50 years here, that we stay out of these business between state and religion. And if I see a religion that seems like every time there's a schism, they go off and start something new, then you want me to get into that.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
You're saying you want to stay out of it. If you really want to stay out of it, you would remove the trust clause. That's how we stay out of it. Right? So, thank you.
I think we've expressed, we have one more to go. Again, Delegate Weibel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, Delegate. Thanks for bringing the bill. When you were here last year, there were 9 states that had the trust provision and 41 that didn't. Is that still the case, or of any other states?
That I don't know, but I can get the information for you.
Okay, thank you. And ma'am, you make the biscuits, but you didn't bring any today, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add, on Route 231, as you cross the Benedict Bridge into Calvert County, that's Mrs. Moo's Ice Cream Shop. She's the lady that made the biscuits, so please stop by there and get ice cream. I'm sure she'll be happy to take care of you.
Okay, now we do have the unfavorables. We have Thomas Starnes, Latrell Easterling, Errol Marbury, Carol Travis, and Paul Eichelberg.
Good afternoon, delegates, and thank you, Chairman Wilson. My name is Latrell Miller Easterling, and I am the Bishop of the Baltimore, Washington, and Peninsula Delaware Conferences of the United Methodist Church. I'm here to voice my strong objection to House Bill 1182. There are 671 Methodist churches in the state of Maryland, United Methodist. The matter at issue here is central to our denominational polity. Those leading and belonging to United Methodist churches have consented to this central covenant of our system, that all property is held in trust for the denomination. All property. To be United Methodist is to agree to this basic tenet. There is no David and Goliath analogy here. You cannot superimpose a congregationalist mentality upon a connectional system. The trust clause is a mutually beneficial covenant between members in a connectional system that has been in existence for over 227 years. The foundational covenant does not change because theological differences arise. As members of an annual conference, churches benefit from these resources by receiving learned clergy, grants and loans for maintenance and improvements, support for affordable housing, campgrounds for area youth, care for persons living with HIV/AIDS, shelter for domestic violence victims, preventative health care services, disaster relief, and so much more. Each and every congregation has benefited from these resources, and to deny that fact is to simply stray from the truth. Our church law provides a mechanism for departure that countless others have followed, which is to purchase the property at fair market value. The opportunity to exit beyond the trust clause was a graceful exit offered for a specific period of time determined by our denomination, not determined by the Baltimore-Washington Conference. That was an anomaly, not the trust clause itself. Maryland lawmakers recognized the trust clause as a foundational principle of the United Methodist Church for many reasons, one being to protect our resources for mission and ministry over against costly litigation. If I could have another second. I can't refute many distortions and misrepresentations that we've heard over the past couple of weeks as this matter has been before both the Senate and now the House. But let me say this. As a bishop, I expect pastors within the United Methodist Church to point their members and potential members to Christ, not toward a pastor, money, property, or any other lesser thing. I urge you to follow that wisdom and oppose House Bill 1182. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for allowing us to testify today. I'm Tom Starnes. I'm the Chancellor for the Baltimore-Washington Conference, a position I've held since 2004. I have submitted written testimony, and I really want to encourage the members of the committee to look that over. It makes certain important points. Primarily, this is the 4th time we've been before the legislature to have to oppose a bill to repeal the trust clause. And as you know, just last year, all of the factors that counseled in favor of rejecting such a bill, such a repeal, remain in place. I want to focus on some of the misperceptions, really misunderstandings that have been prevalent in the testimony and even from the questions. It is not the case that the Maryland Code includes provisions only that protect the United Methodist Church. In fact, the Religious Corporations Law has general provisions that the Maryland Supreme Court has held contemplate a congregational form of government, and because of that, this legislature has long exhibited its religious tolerance for multiple pluralistic approach to religion by having special provisions for the Roman Catholic Church, special provisions for the Episcopal Church, the Presbyterian Church, and the Methodist Church. And in fact, the constitutions and canon law of the Episcopal Church and the Presbyterian Church also require local churches to hold their property in trust for the entire denomination. This is nothing unique. Half the Protestant Christians in the United States of America are in denominations that follow this kind of polity exactly. And the Maryland Code simply reinforces the Maryland Code provisions for the Presbyterian Church and the Episcopal Church require all of those parishes to be bound by all of the rules in the canons, including the property trust rules. So this is not unique. And in fact, last year, the legislature adopted a bill that extended the special provisions to the Episcopal Church to the Washington Diocese, making it the third diocese within Maryland whose parishes are required to hold their properties in trust, not just as a matter of canon law, but as a matter of the Maryland Code. It's simply not the case that this is a thumb on the scale by Maryland that favors the United Methodist Church. It doesn't favor any church. It favors the ability of all churches to organize themselves as their faith dictates and for the individual members to do what they want to do. I would add, Roman Catholics, local parish members, fund the building of those churches, the acquisition of those churches, and everything, the operation of a school at the church. The diocese, however, owns it outright, and they cannot disaffiliate and take that property with them. Neither can Episcopalians, neither can Presbyterians, neither can United Methodists. That's the way we're structured, and the Maryland Code simply advises courts and lenders and mortgagors. This is how they do business. They're not a congregational church. We need to respect both.
Grace and peace to you. Good afternoon. I am Carol Travis. And while I attend Asbury United Methodist Church in Washington, D.C., I've spent many, many hours in churches in Maryland. I'm standing to express my opposition to this House bill, which proposes the repeal of the trust clause for our local churches in relation to the United Methodist Church. I was carried into my church, much like many of my peers, over 75 years ago as an infant. Our ancestors, both free and enslaved, walked away from churches that would not recognize them as full citizens under the law. Specifically, the bill would repeal the requirement that the assets of the church be held in trust for the United Methodist Church and subject to the control of the church. I believe that this repeal would have negative consequences for both our local churches and our broader global connection that we cherish. And it would cause some of my church aunties to stage a stampede in heaven if we make a change in this rule. This clause has long been a vital safeguard for our local churches, ensuring that our assets and properties remain aligned with the mission and teachings of the United Methodist Church, and that no single congregation is isolated or removed from the larger body of believers and remains connected to the principles and vision of the United Methodist Church. If this bill were to pass, it could weaken our vital connection in such a manner to diminish our ability to function as a single unit. The local churches would then have the ability to act independently without the oversight and accountability, which could lead to division, confusion, and a loss of shared resources, which would ultimately harm the mission of our church and undermine the global work we have undertaken for over a century. Therefore, I restate my opposition to HB 1132. Thank you for your time and attention.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Harold Marbury. I am a member of Metropolitan United Methodist Church in Indian Head, Maryland, which I've been there pretty much my entire life. We are in opposition of House Bill 1182, as the conference has supported our mission at Metropolitan Ministries in various ways. We were blessed to have equipment and facilities expanded, that they provided some resources for us. The resources were provided to us by the conference, which we probably would not have had to get at that time. As a result of the conference's support, we have provided vital resources to the community in which nutritious hot meals are prepared weekly. In addition to the weekly hot meals, our food pantry provides everyday meal supplies, which are distributed weekly. And the meals are in excess of 800 weekly hot meals, in addition to the food supplies. And a lot of the support that makes this happen, we get from the conference. This ministry provides vital resources for our elderly and young families, and they are the most vulnerable for this nutritional need. The resources and support the conference has provided for our ministries have proven to be vital to our success, and any revocation of this partnership would be detrimental to our community support. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Paul Eichelberger. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the Baltimore-Washington Conference. Had the privilege of serving our churches in the area for over 15 years. One of my responsibilities is to recognize and protect the restricted donations that are provided to a local church. I have two personal stories that will help you understand how the trust clause has helped me in that role. In the 1870s, my great-great-grandfather donated a few acres of farmland to an established new Methodist church on a mountain ridge in St. Cloud, West Virginia. Their daughter had married the local Methodist circuit rider, and the new church would become the fourth church in his preaching circuit. That gift was made by my relatives under the Methodist Trust Clause. It was a restricted donation. They did not know the future of the church during that post-Civil War era, but they were reassured that their donations of land, labor, and money would benefit the ministries of the Methodist Church. Nothing could take that away. If the church were ever closed or abandoned, the funds from the sale would be used by the local conference to fund other Methodist ministries in that area. In similar fashion, I attend a Methodist church in Mount Airy that has a large mortgage that will take another 10 to 15 years to pay off. I am making restricted donations today to pay off that mortgage. Under the trust clause, I know that my restricted donations will remain within the Methodist Church, even if the church is closed and sold at some time in the future to another denomination. The state statute that supports the Methodist Trust Clause provides protection of my original donor's intent in the Maryland courts and within the commercial real estate markets. These protections are not specified in the more general Maryland Religious Corporation provisions. For this reason, I ask that you oppose the passage of House Bill 1182. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a lot of the folks that testified in favor of this legislation talked about how a lot of sweat equity into building their churches. So how does it go the other way? If there is a church that's struggling, can't meet its mortgage, can't pay its liabilities, does the conference step in and provide assistance to that church as a grant and not expect to be repaid, or how does that work?
We work with the conference trustees on these types of matters for loans and grants to local churches, especially for property matters. The conference offers less than market rate interest rates for most of those loans. We have a lot of churches who have pursued the reimbursable grants associated with the most recent FEMA security grants in the state of Maryland and federal. We offer that at zero interest to those churches because they need to borrow the money up front to be able to take advantage of those refundable grants.
So it sounds like a lot of them have to be paid back, but do you also give outright grants to a church that can't
We
meet its
do.
obligation?
Over the last 10 years, it's almost $12 million worth of funds have been donated from the conference to local churches on these types of accords.
They don't have to be repaid?
These are not repaid. The fundamentals, building alone, 46% of those funds, more than $5 million have been donated to churches. In the recent news, you would know of the recent steeple fire in Baltimore City this summer. That was almost $100,000 from the conference to refurbish that. There was a lightning strike in a church in Baltimore earlier in the summer. That was almost $200,000. These are grants made to these churches. The grant that was spoken of here to the food pantry in Metropolitan down in Indian Head, that was a little bit more than $200,000 grant from the trustees.
So are your insurance liability, property casualty insurance, is that all through the conference, or is that dependent on each individual church?
Individual churches have the autonomy to garner their own insurance.
Okay, thank you.
And so it's my understanding that, because I heard you guys talk a lot about the implications if this bill is to pass. So there are Methodist churches in all 50 states, correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
And only 9 states do this. So how do the rest of them survive?
I could speak to that.
Please.
The point I think you're making, Mr. Chairman, is that having a state statute is not absolutely necessary.
That's kind of what I was going.
Yeah, for the enforcement of the trust provision. But it does serve a public interest nevertheless. I would clarify to have statutes of this type. So there are 14 states actually that have denomination-specific provisions. There are a smaller subset, I think 9 remains the number, that have Methodist-specific provisions along with other denominations. Maryland is one of those 14 states, and in every instance, when those have been challenged, courts have held this is a way the state actually is tolerant of a variety of ways, faith-based ways, to organize religious organizations. We could prevail. We will prevail, as we have I litigated a case on behalf of the AME Zion denomination in Maryland, which is not a beneficiary of such a statute, and they prevail under neutral principles of law. The public interest served, and it redounds to our benefit as well, is that you have, it serves the interest of certainty of title. It serves to inform folks who might be contemplating what religious denomination they want to join, of how different denominations are structured, so they're not misled and join something that they think is a congregational church. It informs lenders and title insurance companies that if there's a local church that seeks to sell their property, I get calls as chancellor, chancellors across the country do. How does this church operate? Who needs to sign off? And so all of these things help to, as the courts have held over the years, allow for disputes to be avoided in the first instance and then solved on the basis of straightforward, neutral principles of law if they do come up.
And I think the point was it doesn't seem like it's a neutral principle. When you talked about the way the social aspect of it, there are a lot of people that say that the state shouldn't be involved in religion. And so I guess I'm just trying to understand, like you talked about the importance of knowing whether it's a congregational church. I've been attending New Life for 17 years. I don't even know what that means. I don't know if that's ever been important to me. I doubt it ever will be, because it's more the word and the inspiration I receive.
Yeah, I understand. The statute is neutral in the sense that it can be applied by courts, and this is how the case law goes in these areas. There's a lot of case law from the U.S. Supreme Court on down, and Maryland. Maryland, in fact, is a leading state in this. It needs to be neutral in the sense that it doesn't require the court to answer a religious question. And so the 3 or 4 specific denomination-specific provisions in Maryland meet that test. They don't require the court to determine who's right or wrong, as the proponents of this bill have asked you to do, about whether the doctrine has changed or anything like that. It just says the Book of Discipline, which is recognized in another provision that they're not seeking to repeal, governs, and that includes the following trust provisions. These have been lifted from the discipline. They're not the invention of Maryland. They're just saying there are provisions of trust law in this in Maryland, in the discipline, and they'll be honored in Maryland courts. Similarly, they're saying there are all sorts of provisions in the Episcopal canon law, in the Presbyterian, and those will be honored in Maryland courts, as long as they can be applied by courts in a neutral way without having to answer a religious question.
And I guess the tear is, I think we would be in the exact same position if the Episcopal or the Catholic Church came up and asked for us to step out of their business. And I guess that's where I'm struggling with.
If the Episcopal Church asked you to step out of the business?
Meaning if they would like us to, redact or remove a statute, I think we would be in this very same position. They're just not.
You would, but in fact, the last year's legislative session, the Washington Diocese.
There was no opposition, sir. Not a single, nothing that I heard. Maybe I'm wrong. All I know is we had a lot of people asking for it. I apologize, your memory may be better than mine. I do remember overwhelming. It seemed like it was supported. So we had individuals coming in, much like we did today, asking specifically to be put on the same footing as everyone else, and that was that it was only fair. So I guess we're being challenged again with you're asking us to ignore a lot of people that have come in and said, let me finish. You're asking us to ignore. I know it's painful, just let me finish. But ask us to ignore a lot of people that have driven all the way up here, much as you have, to explain, their grievances. And as we've heard, this is the unlike the other side across the hall or across the way here, we are the people's house. And we have people coming and repeatedly asking. It's very hard. I know it's painful, just let me finish. It is very hard to just ignore them and say, do as you've been doing.
To the
It wasn't
chair's
a question
point.
really, but I will let you go ahead.
Thank you. To the chair's point, as I understand it, as we were having conversation with some of the delegates today, in fact, there's been a 3-to-1 engagement from those throughout the Baltimore-Washington Conference actually asking that this bill be defeated. So I want you to know they may not be here today, but they certainly have been making their voices heard, and they wanted understood that they understood that this trust clause exists. Before I was a bishop, I was a pastor, and I expect it was my belief that it was my responsibility to not only lead members to faith, but help them to understand the inner workings of the organization that they had joined. So certainly, I taught through new members classes and other opportunities that we have a trust clause, what it meant, and certainly if individuals were donating through their will or other things to the church, they understood what that meant for the long term.
So you're arguing basically there is a detrimental reliance, correct? The individuals have come, they've donated, they've done that because they've relied upon this existing.
The trust clause in general?
Yes.
They have looked to the trust clause to protect the assets that they have given to the United Methodist Church.
And without the trust clause, those assets would not be protected.
I'm not going to say that that's necessarily true.
I'm a lawyer, so kind of a trick question.
And so am I.
So it's kind of a trick question.
And so, but let me say this, that those that support this bill did not raise this matter before this House until they were suing the denomination.
Yes.
So let's not sit here and act like they don't benefit from this potential repeal. They don't come innocently.
Oh, no, nobody comes up here unless they need something. It's good, the benefit of being a politician. So I see we have a few more questions. Delegate Harrison.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you to my good friend on the other side of the horseshoe for the bill, and for all of those who have come up to testify on either side. So I grew up Catholic, so I understand that provision and how things work there. And then when I left the Catholic Church, I went to the AME Zion Church. And while I was at the AME Zion Church, the bishop gave someone the charge to start a new church. And I was one of those charter members. We looked around, we finally found some property, and as I understand that property was acquired through our tithes, offerings, and I don't know, maybe a loan. During that time, though, the church that we left decided that they wanted to leave the AME Zion denomination and wanted to take all of their assets. And there was a court battle, which I think, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but I know your face.
Tom Starnes.
And I think this is the one that you referenced. And they were not permitted to take all of their assets except for those that were acquired under the nonprofit end arm of that was started by the pastor. And so we're talking about the court cases, and it was brought up earlier, and I think that the question was that it is still, what you're going through right now here is still being litigated. Is that the case? How do those two, that scenario that I brought up and this relate? Because Delegate Queen brought up the Methodist Church and the different denominations, I guess, of the Methodist Church. How does all of that equate to what we're talking about now, and where are we, or where are you in that litigation?
Okay. The litigation was filed prior to last year's legislative session. It had been pending about a year, and there had been no decision in it. In October of 2024, the plaintiffs were the 38 local churches. The defendants were the conference, Bishop Easterling herself, and the Board of Trustees. In October of 2024, those defendants received a summary judgment dismissing all claims from the Judge Malone in the Anne Arundel Circuit Court. I would add that the grounds for arguing that there should be summary judgment in their favor was not at all limited to the code provision. It certainly was mentioned, and in fact, it was mentioned in the plaintiff's complaint, and something that became an issue in the litigation. The plaintiffs have filed their appeal. The record was transmitted by the circuit court just on February 18th, after the hearing in the Senate, but before today's hearing. Briefs will be filed at the end of March and the end of April, so you won't see a decision from the Appellate Court of Maryland until later this year at the earliest, I would think. And then, of course, there may be a petition by whichever party doesn't prevail there to the Supreme Court of Maryland. To Delegate Queen's point, there are many Methodist churches. The AME and AME Zion churches were established within about 10 or 20 years after what's now the United Methodist Church was established. They were very early separations in the late 1790s, early 1800s. Both of them retained the trust provisions that were embedded in our Book of Discipline at the very earliest time. So the first discipline published was 1796. Trust provisions were included in there. I would add trust provisions are included in the deeds of many, not all, but many of the local churches that have sued us as well. So it's not as though these provisions, were a surprise to them. Some of them are included in their articles of incorporation, and they want relief of those. In any event, the AME Zion Church and the AME Church in Maryland and elsewhere usually prevail in these kinds of cases, even without the benefit of a statute. That's undeniable, but we nevertheless, and Maryland, along with 14 other states, recognize that there can be good reasons, public interest reasons, for having statutes that guide the public and the courts on, you can't put every religious denomination, not one size fits all. We need to accommodate different ways of operating. And it's not a detrimental reliance point so much as we're holding everybody to the covenant they make when they agree to join. Just as we do, if I join any association, religious or otherwise, I am bound to follow its rules. And that's just the essential concept here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just going to piggyback, sir, on what you just said. So there's 600 some churches in the state or so. And you just mentioned that not all of them have that trust clause into their deeds or articles of incorporation. And so are there any folks that are trying to leave that don't have that trust clause in their articles of incorporation or connection to their property?
Yes, and that happens often across the country. But for the United Methodist Church, and this is true again for the Episcopal Church and the Presbyterian Church, there are provisions in the discipline that say whether or not the trust clause is in the deed to the property, you're nevertheless considered to be bound by, you're nevertheless deemed to hold the property in trust of the denomination as a whole if the following 5 conditions are all met. They involve accepting the appointment of pastors assigned by the bishop, other things that indicate holding yourself out as a member of the denomination, receiving the benefits that the denomination confers. That's essentially it. And that sort of provision is enforced by the courts. It's even cited in one of the U.S. Supreme Court's most famous decisions in this realm, Jones versus Wolf. It shows if denominations take care to amend their church constitutions to provide for this, then civil courts are bound to enforce it as a matter of respect for the religious freedom, constitutional rights to religious freedom of the denomination.
So let me ask you this. Does the current United Methodist Church in Maryland require new churches to have that in their deed? Is that a contract? Is that written somewhere? I mean, I know
well,
it's written.
It's in the discipline, which is considered a contract between those who join the denomination, considered a contract under the law, in other words. We consider it a covenant that everybody makes to be bound by the discipline, everybody. That just as there are implied trusts in civil law, you can have a trust that's written, you can have a trust that's implied by conduct, you can have express trust and implied trust. These are an express trust when they're in the deed. They're express insofar as they're reflected in the discipline that folks agree to be bound by when they join the church. It's part of the oath they take, among other things.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a little bit more gray when it's not actually on the deed or in the Articles of Incorporation, especially when you could make them, like if somebody wanted to affiliate with you up front, you could say, well, you can affiliate us with, but you have to put this, before all of these local citizens in this community spend all of their life savings to build a building and then to grow this church. I mean, you could require them in order to affiliate to put that, on the deed, on the Articles of Incorporation. I mean, could you not?
We could, and it's an easier case to litigate, you're right, but I mean, as a practical matter, very often these deeds that include the trust clause are historic deeds entered into at the time the church is founded. So it's relatively easy to get it then. What can happen then is that decades go by and they might acquire a parsonage and the deed just gets created. And it's not as though anybody is saying, we don't want to hold this in trust. It's just that it didn't happen. And with 30,000 churches across the country, it can be a little difficult to monitor. But there is a question that's asked every year at what we call a charge conference. We ask, are there deeds in place? Do they include the trust clause?
So my final question, this will be an easy one. Of the 671 churches in Maryland affiliated with your church, how many of those have that clause written in their deed or Articles of Incorporation?
I couldn't tell you.
I don't know how many of them actually have it written in the deed, but what I can say is that all of them are incorporated by reference. By the fact that they are United Methodists, it is incorporated by reference. So whether it's explicitly stated there or not, it is included in the trust clause. There is nothing that exists outside of, no property that exists outside of the trust clause.
Okay.
And here again, Delegate, the Maryland Code provisions relating to the Episcopal Church and the Presbyterian Church require compliance with whatever's written in the canon law of those denominations. And in fact, there's a provision of the Maryland Code relating to the Methodist Church that's not being subjected to, that's not a part of this bill, that requires compliance with the discipline and all of its provisions without exception. So that's one way in which congregations have been recognized by the courts, including the Maryland courts. There's a rather famous Maryland Court of Appeals now.
Sir, I hate to interrupt. Can you just, all right, you got your
I'm
answer?
good, I'm good,
Okay,
I'm good.
and then just going forward.
Yep.
I know this is some riveting stuff, but can you just move the microphone closer to your mouth?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Delegate Charkoudian.
I'm sorry. I'm not often accused of not speaking loudly enough, but well, the point was just. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I think I want to come back to the question that I was asking earlier, my discomfort with the bill that I was sort of expressing earlier, which is, it feels like taking this step is the General Assembly taking a position on a doctrinal decision of the church. And the reason I feel that way is because as I read and understand what you're explaining, and this is relatively new to me, so it's part of why I'm asking this question, we have throughout statute positions on an incorporation of property-based statute related to a number of different denominations. And so for us to pick the Methodist Church at this moment and change the rule feels like we're making a decision based on a doctrinal decision as opposed to a broader conversation about property in state statute. And I guess I'm wondering if you think there's any First Amendment implications or of picking this one as opposed to like if we were to just scrap everything that we say about any denomination in law. Just from a legal perspective, what do you think the implications of that decision are?
Right. This also relates to Chairman Wilson's point that there was or maybe it was Delegate Fisher, pointing out that there was an opinion from the counsel to the legislature last year, the Attorney General's office, indicating that there would be no constitutional problem if, having enacted this provision in the first place, the legislature later decided to repeal it. All of the things being equal, I don't disagree with that. What is at least in tension with the First Amendment religion clauses is the context you're in, which is the legislature has in fact granted this sort of protection to the governance of 3 or 4, or actually, 4 different denominations. And in the environment you've identified, and we've heard from the proponents of the bill what the environment is, what the context is, you would be selectively repealing the trust provisions that are enforceable under the Maryland Code for only one of those denominations.
And thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, Delegate Adams.
Thank you. I mean, it's not everybody asking for the repeal. It's one denomination asking for the repeal. Is that correct? You don't have 5 bills.
There's only one group of members of one denomination that have come to ask for repeal.
But the purpose of articulating that is to say that other denominations apparently not having the same issues that would bring rise to the kind of testimony we had today, which I'm just going to say is unusual. We sometimes get this type of turnout when we have minimum wage bills, some major bills. So, you know, I would let me just make a statement, and I'll let you have your last word on it. I listened last year. I did not have an opinion on the bill, last year, and I do this year, and I'm the sponsor of the bill this year for one primary reason, is that when citizens come to Annapolis, they come because they are asking for help or they want a solution. And the solution here is not the end of the world from your perspective, but I can tell you that it's a viable and a very important solution from their perspective. And it's why we're here today, is that for some reason, there is a mix-up, there's something wrong. And the political answer, and we're politicians, I mean, we're elected to do this job, is to make a modification to Maryland Code. We do it every day. We do it every day. So to say we're going to be doing something that's not usual or there must be some, I just don't buy it, but I'll give you the last word.
Well, I was just going to say, Delegate, I appreciate that it's a fraught issue for a lot of folks. Folks hold their churches and their schools very dear to heart, and you get invested in them. What is hard for us, and we represent the majority, the very largest majority of the Baltimore-Washington Conference, which is, I don't know how many individual members, but 671 churches, is that this very legislature was asked last year by the Episcopal Church and the Washington Diocese to adopt a provision exactly like you're being asked to repeal, only for the Methodist Church. So I get it that there are folks who would like a different outcome, and they would like it because they disagree with the direction the church has taken. but I just take the
Okay.
view that you can't very well be
We
adding.
will take this up, and it'll be debated amongst the committee and the General Assembly. That concludes this bill hearing. I know there are a mass of you out there that for this bill. Can you just please quietly exit when you leave?
Thank you.
Next is Delegate McComas here. Oh, man, there you go. Man, somebody cue the smoke. Delegate, bring up your panel. Start when ready. All right. All right, guys, can we take the conversations out to the hallway? Quiet. Delegate McComas, go ahead. No, I'm not gonna bang it out. Delegate, just give it a second.
Yes, sir.
That's the WWE Royal Rumble up behind you. We'll just give him a second to clear out.
Thank you for your service.
I don't even think there's as many people for alcohol day. All right, if I can get those doors closed, keep it back down. Delegate McComas, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to be here before the House Judiciary Committee. Just a little joke.
Okay, move unfavorable.
No.
What, this is
No,
ECM.
That was a fascinating, I left appropriations.
Oh, I got it. You made a joke there, and I didn't even pick up on it. I did not. Right over my head.
No, that's
I'll report to Clippinger tomorrow.
Okay, anyway, I am Delegate Susan McComas, and I'm here to sponsor HB 1212, Criminal Law, Obscene Materials, Device Filters. Now, I know that you are the committee and you have control of this bill now. I don't, and you can make modifications. So with that, I will give you my testimony. HB 1212, a model bill for safer devices for kids, requires manufacturers of all devices such as tablets, smartphones, and other internet-connected electronics to be made with enabled filters that prevent minors from accessing obscene materials. It further prohibits a person other than a parent or legal guardian from deactivating or removing the filter from the device. Manufacturers that would violate HB 1212, once enacted, subjects the company to civil and criminal penalties. This bill also authorizes the Attorney General to take actions against persons who violate the bill's provisions and allows parents and legal guardians of minors to file private causes of action against manufacturers and/or persons who disable filters. These filters are nothing new. They simply are not activated at the time of purchase or acquisition of the devices. By maintaining all of the existing filters are activated when the minors activate devices gives parents better tools to protect their children from obscene content, which is pervasive throughout online social media and internet websites, and even all of the Netflix and the Amazon movies too. Instead of defaulting to off as the status quo or smartphones and tablets, the bill requires a password to switch the filter on and off, thus simplifying the current cumbersome and complicated steps a parent or a guardian must follow to navigate the parental controls. Manufacturers such as Google, Apple, Amazon already have these filtering capacities. The Supreme Court found that filters on devices passes constitutional muster, holding that blocking and filtering software is less restrictive and more effective as a means of restricting children's access to materials harmful to them. Filters are less restrictive because they impose selective restrictions on speech at the receiving end, not the uniform restrictions at the source. Under a filtering regime, parents without children may gain access to speech they have a right to see without having to identify themselves or provide their credit card information. Even adults with children may obtain access to the same speech on the same terms simply by turning off the filter on their home computers. And this is per Ashcroft, ACLU 542 U.S. 656 at 670. The Supreme Court went on to recognize that the states have a compelling interest to restrict children's access to harmful content, including pornographic material. Finally, the Supreme Court held that parents are entitled to laws which support their ability to safeguard their children from harm. Our children are the future of Maryland and our most valuable community members. Let's take action to prevent harm, protect the young, and penalize the manufacturers and individuals who violate provisions proposed through passing HB 1212. And I would just, I know that this kind of sounds a little perhaps draconian, but the point is that you could modify what this bill says, because this bill is your committee product, and you can amend it and do, as opposed to just saying, no, it's too extreme. You should consider amending it if you have some issues with it. I just think that this is something that really, when you have pornography issues and when you have children that beat up on animals, that's a red flag. And so anyway, the pornography and the pervasiveness of it can cause a lot of social problems further on. Thank you. And now I present Ms. Kern as witness.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Peggy Cairns, the Education Chair of the Maryland Coalition Against Pornography, and a mother and a grandmother. Thank you, Vice Chair Crosby and Chairman Wilson, for this opportunity to speak to your committee. MCAP is thankful for this bill's design to help with a huge problem facing families today, the dangers to children from unfiltered mobile devices. This approach offers a simple, elegant solution: turn on the filtering by default. Consider some disturbing trends and statistics. 53% of American children get a cell phone by age 11, and they spend many hours a day on these addictive devices. Much unfiltered internet content is pornographic, and nearly 50% of children have been exposed to it by age 8. In 2023 alone, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received over 105 million files related to child sexual abuse and exploitation, and those are only what were reported. Much of today's porn contains aggression and violence. Let's talk about how internet porn use hurts teens. It increases odds of teenage pregnancy. It disorients the developmental phase when they are learning how to handle their sexuality and when they are most uncertain about their sexual beliefs and values. It creates distorted expectations. High levels of porn use correlate with lower sexual self-esteem, feelings of loneliness, and depression. Youth are susceptible to adopting sexual ideas from the porn they view. It increases their likelihood of sexually harassing peers, forcing sex on someone, and engaging in rough sex. So blocking internet-connected devices from accessing adult material is a good start in keeping pornography out of reach. Families need simple help with smartphones and tablets. Manufacturers can easily turn on their already existing filtering. Government regulates other industries. Think of tobacco, vaping, and alcohol. We don't put those dangerous products freely in the hands of minors. Why should the electronic industry be so unregulated? We urge a favorable report on HB 1212.
Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that there are several.
There are. I'm going to let them in right now.
Okay.
All right. First, we'll do Chris McKenna. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. My name is Chris McKenna. I'm the founder and CEO of Protect Young Eyes, based in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm a technical expert regarding smart devices and tablets. We work with hundreds and thousands of families, schools, churches, and nonprofits, including many families in Maryland, to prepare and protect their kids online. I hear of their stories daily. Friends, here's what's true of every smartphone that's in the room right now. 3 things. Number 1, they know where you are. Number 2, they know your age. And number 3, they already have a compliant filter. In fact, Apple and Google already turn on the filter automatically for children ages 0 to 12. HB 1212 simply says, turn it on for 7th graders in Maryland. That's it. It's already there. Simply turn it on. No one will have to ship special devices to Maryland. Arizona doesn't observe daylight savings time. Apple doesn't ship special devices to Arizona. Software takes care of it. This is simple. No one will have to show an ID. Why? Because every time you activate a new device and attach an account to it, whether on Apple or on an Android device, you give it your birthday. It already knows. It solves the current situation, members of the committee, which is akin to purchasing a car with an infant car seat with latches hidden in the trunk in a box covered by a camouflage blanket. This simply says unhide the existing filter, enable it automatically for all of Maryland's children. Just the children. I've interviewed multiple tech executives. They tell me all the same thing. Chris, of course this is feasible. There are difficult things to do in technology. This is not one of them. My hope is instead of opposing, manufacturers would be proud to use their technical genius to say, we can do this and prevent Maryland's children from an early accidental exposure. I ask for your favorable passing of HB 1212. It's not asking manufacturers to do the job of parents. It's simply saying, quit making it more difficult. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Well timed. Next, we'll go to Jonathan Alexander. Go ahead, sir. Or is it Alexandre? Sorry.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm Jonathan Alexander. I'm an attorney and legislative counsel for the Maryland Family Institute, and we are in support of this effort to filter explicit content from devices, particularly those devices that are accessible to our young children. Increasingly, the little ones, the innocent ones, our children in the state, are engaging with multiple devices. And in days past, no child could be seen in an adult video store or could be given pornography. Those that would give those to minors would be considered criminals. But with the internet on mobile phones, all of that has changed. You know, the majority of self-reporting high school students have viewed porn. They viewed it intentionally or accidentally, upwards of 80%, with the first average age of exposure being 11 years old. And so these device filters are necessary to safeguard those minors from porn and from smut, because the research there is incontrovertible. Adolescents that view porn have more aggressive behavior. They have earlier sexual experimentation. They have dangerously unrealistic views of sex and sexuality. But we are able to keep this out of the hands of children. In June of 2023, Apple was able to activate its filter and, as stated, automatically blurred explicit content on their smartphones and their tablets for kids under 12 years old. And they can do this just by estimating the user's age based on a birth date. So it's an immediate fix that we can already adopt. But at the same time, I do want you to pay attention to where this statute is located. Look entirely at section 11.2 or 3. There's so much that can be done to protect minors in the state from pornography. And so this is a small piece of the law that can be updated to reflect that porn is no longer just on the newsstands or in a seedy part of town, but it is in children's possession. But with this bill, we can help save a young person's innocence by giving this a favorable report.
Thank you. Delegate, has this been enacted in any other state?
Utah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
So it does exist.
Okay. Thank you so much. And again, I apologize for missing the very good joke in the beginning. I feel horrible about that. Appreciate the comment.
That's okay.
All right.
You're forgiven.
Thank you. Okay. That concludes this bill hearing. Is Delegate Rosenberg here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, no, you're right. My bad. We will go to the unfavorables. It does not conclude this bill hearing. Margaret Durkin is the unfavorable. My apologies. And you can start when ready.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet, a tech trade association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on House Bill 1212 related to device filters. TechNet member companies prioritize the safety of minors using their devices and platforms, and our industry has worked to empower families to create an online experience that fits the differing developmental needs of their young people. We're concerned with House Bill 1212 mainly due to its potential operational challenges. There are already many paid and free content filtering and blocking solutions, both integrated into devices and independent from such devices. Completely reliable content filtering and blocking tools that catch everything aren't technically feasible at this time. We're concerned that a mandate in this bill could lead to inadvertent blocking of legal non-obscene content, which would limit Maryland citizens' access to legitimate information. And this bill puts device manufacturers in the impossible position of choosing between what is and is not obscene and being responsible for determining what that material is. If a company blocked lawful content, that could unintentionally lead to public backlash, including civil liabilities. We're also concerned that this bill has a private right of action, and we would add that products are not manufactured state by state, and they're a result of years-long design efforts and supply chains. TechNet and its members work with law enforcement, educational institutions, and governments to help combat adverse experiences online, and for the above reasons, we are opposed to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Seeing no questions, I apologize. Didn't mean to skip over you on purpose. Delegate Rosenberg, are you here? Yep, there he is. All right, come on down. Next, we'll go to Delegate Rosenberg, House Bill 1300. So if you have a panel, no, just you.
Just me.
I got you.
And I don't have an opening joke.
Yeah, I wouldn't get it anyway, so go ahead.
Well, I hope you get the purpose of the bill, which you may very well, I hope. The House Bill 1300 is a result of a community problem in the 41st District where a smoke shop was opened without any prior notice, because there is no requirement of a prior notice, as there is for a liquor store, for a liquor license. And this bill, as we would seek to amend it, because the amendment to better conform this bill to the existing Baltimore City law regarding notice for a liquor license, that amendment is in progress. I don't have it to give to the committee at this time. And I would also add that this bill will be taken up by the city delegation on this Friday, and we would hope to have a response, favorable response for the committee after that. The bottom line here is that if we've recognized for one type of license, which is not a favored use in a neighborhood, we should not hesitate to employ the same criteria in terms of public notice for another license, for another operation where there is community concern. There clearly was in the community, this community in Southwest Baltimore. So with the caveat that there is an amendment on its way and action by the city delegation this Friday, I would urge favorable action on House Bill 1300 by the committee. Thank you.
Delegate Harrison.
Thank you. Delegate Rosenberg, how are your liquor, the smoke shops classified with their licensure? Are they considered like a convenience store or grocery store, or does it just say smoke shop? Or is it?
Well, my best understanding is there was the law doesn't require any notice currently in Baltimore City or any review by any city board at the current time.
Right, but when they go to get they have to get some sort of a license to operate. Do you know what type of license they're getting?
No, I do not.
The reason that I ask is because it's a problem, not just in Baltimore City. And I know in Prince George's County, many of them are getting licenses that are, I think, convenience store or grocery store, and the title on their, the name on their store may be convenience and tobacco or grocery and tobacco. And I was just wondering how it was classified there in Baltimore to see if we could model something.
That may very well have come up in the rather heated community meetings that I attended, but I don't recall it at this time.
Okay, thank you.
But good point. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, we will now go to, thank you, Delegate. We'll now go to the unfavorable. I think it's just Bruce Bariano. I talked to Kirk McCauley, and he is not coming this afternoon. So go ahead and start when ready, Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Candy and Tobacco Wholesalers in opposition to this bill. liquor licenses and tobacco licenses are apples and oranges. There's no uniformity around the state in alcohol licenses, but tobacco licenses are state licenses. They're issued by the county, but that's just functionality. But it's a state license, and they're all uniform. And you cannot have, I think there's a real serious legal question here, you cannot carve out just in one jurisdiction, creating a precedent activity for the issuance of a tobacco license for a retailer where you don't have it elsewhere. The whole history and establishment of retail tobacco licenses has been done by the Comptroller's Office. It's uniform, it's in state law, and it not only applies to the license, but the renewal thereof. So what is being done here in this bill is only in Baltimore City adding an extra step, and you don't automatically get your license if otherwise you are qualified. And what you're establishing by this is a very significant step of breaking up the uniformity that has existed from the beginning in the establishment of licensing, both at the wholesale level and the retail level, the sale and the handling of tobacco licenses. And I would ask for an unfavorable. This is a very bad precedent. I sympathize with that, but the whole thing is to create opposition and to block the issuance of the license, which in another jurisdiction would not be the case. And that's ununiformity of the treatment of this license at the state level. And I would urge an unfavorable report, please. I really ask that you check the legality of carving this out and given the history of the issuance of state tobacco licenses. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no questions, thank you, Mr. Bariano.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will go to Delegate Ampery, House Bill 1241. Delegate, if you have a panel, go ahead and bring them up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Marlon Ampery here in support of House Bill 1241, which I think is a simple bill that will ensure that we are working towards making sure that tobacco products are not in the hands of young people, and that tobacco products that have more possible health issues or safety issues are not made available. While we've made significant progress in regards to tobacco control, a dangerous loophole remains that allows electronic smoking devices to evade some of the enforcement and record-keeping requirements as other tobacco products. Big tobacco continues to target our children, and we want to act to strengthen the protections. HB 1241 does a couple of things to make sure that we are adding those layers of protection. So what the bill does is it strengthens the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission, ATCC's ability to enforce those loopholes. Currently, law allows the ATCC to seize traditional tobacco products like cigarettes or other forms of tobacco, but the explicit authority to seize electronic smoking devices is not there. HB 1241 seeks to correct this oversight by granting the ATCC the necessary seizure authority to enforce compliance. Additionally, what the bill does is it also ensures that proper record keeping for electronic smoking devices is done. Other tobacco products are subject to record keeping requirements that help track purchases, sales, quantities, etc. Electronic smoking devices, however, are not held to these same standards, creating a regulatory gap. HB 1241 brings electronic smoking devices under the same record keeping requirements as other tobacco products, ensuring better oversight and accountability for these products. And a lot of times, some of these products that we're seeing in stores currently aren't even products that actually are properly checked and regulated by the United States or by the state. They're coming from other countries in particular. So a lot of it's coming from China. We want to make sure that the products that are available in stores are safe and properly regulated, and this bill seeks to do that. And you'll hear from members of this panel regarding the possible health concerns, which I'll let them get to. But we've been a strong leader in ensuring that the safety regarding tobacco products is done the right way here in Maryland. And I think that we should continue to strengthen our ability to do so. And HB 1241 is this common sense bill to make sure that those requirements are there. And I ask for a favorable report on this bill. And I'll let the panel talk about some of the other important parts of this bill and why we need it. I guess let's go down this way.
Oh, that's fine. Hi, everyone. Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Kristen Jimison. I'm the Regional Advocacy Director for the Mid-Atlantic for the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. And first, we want to thank Chair Wilson for his sponsorship last year of the 2024 Tobacco Retail Modernization Act, which is legislation that helps reduce youth access to tobacco. The problem of youth access to tobacco remains, however, and the delegate covered what the bill does technically, but we want to talk just a little bit about some of the public health impacts of tobacco and nicotine use. We know that the tobacco industry persistently targets children, and so we too must remain persistent. The industry also specifically targets Black Americans, Latino communities, and LGBTQ communities. HB 1241 will help the state of Maryland remain persistent in protecting kids from a lifetime of nicotine and tobacco use. We know right now that this legislation will help ensure the same strategies and enforcement that protect Maryland's youth from cigarettes are also available to the ATCC for electronic smoking devices. More than 14% of Maryland high school students report that they used e-cigarettes in 2023. Young people are not just experimenting with these products, but they're showing signs of serious addiction. Some of today's e-cigarettes can contain as much or more nicotine than 200 cigarettes. We know that nicotine is a highly addictive drug that can harm the adolescent brain, particularly in the areas responsible for attention, learning, mood, and impulse control. For these reasons, we urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 1241 and continue this committee's strong record of protecting children from the dangers of tobacco.
For the record, my name is Tyler Brody. I have the pleasure of serving as the lead youth activations coordinator for CLEA Community Law in Action. And I want to say good afternoon to Chairman Wilson and the members of this committee. I am here as a youth advocate from Baltimore, speaking on the strong support of House Bill 1241. And despite the progress in tobacco control, youth access to tobacco products, especially e-cigarettes, remains a serious problem. More than 48,000 of Maryland high school students self-report using tobacco, and that number is even more likely even higher. These products are deliberately designed to attract young people. Flavored e-cigarettes, slick designs, and target marketings ensure that big tobacco continues to hook the next generation. And as someone who works closely with them, I see firsthand that how these products not only affect their health, but their focus and their future. Students tell me that they struggle to stop vaping despite knowing the risk, and schools are overwhelmingly trying to curb the use in both bathrooms and classrooms. And families are left to deal with the consequences of addiction, all while the tobacco industry continues to gain profit. The impact of youth tobacco extends far beyond an individual because the Maryland spends $3.14 billion annually on health care. And most of that, 27% of that, goes directly to cancer-related deaths that are linked to tobacco. And so, in closing, I only have 44 seconds left. I know we've had a plethora of testimonies. I urge this is a more common sense measure that will reduce youth access, improve enforcement, and create consistency in the tobacco regulation. Because Maryland has voted, that 81% has agreed that we are to protect this. This is our chance to act, but most importantly, I urge you to vote favorably in House Bill 1241 to continue Maryland's strong history for protecting our youth and the dangers of tobacco. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Wilson and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Laura Hale. I'm the Director of Government Relations with the American Heart Association. We offer our strong support for this legislation, including the technical amendments that have been offered. Really, the key bit to all of this is that this is a common sense approach to continue to close loopholes and to make sure that we keep all tobacco products on the same footing. And so I'll say me too, and thank you all so much.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Is Neba Aziz, Nabiha Aziz, is she here? No? Okay, we'll take the virtual and then we'll take questions. Awesome. Alex Casper. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Chair Crosby and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to make comments. My name is Alex Casper, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association. You have my written comments and have heard from my colleagues, so I'll be brief. We're here to support House Bill 1241 and thank the sponsor for bringing it forward. Tobacco is the leading cause of preventable death, causing 490,000 deaths annually and 7,400 in Maryland. In recent national data, 2.25 million kids are using a tobacco product. And in Maryland, 15.6% of high school students use a tobacco product. House Bill 1241 is an important to tobacco enforcement efforts in our state by granting the ATCC the authority to seize all tobacco products, including electronic cigarettes and liquids. With an onslaught of new products hitting the market, the ability to seize these products is a critical step in effective enforcement in the state. The number one thing we can do is prevent people from initiating the use of a tobacco product, starting with our youth. This bill helps ensure that retailers are compliant with the law and the ATCC has the authority it needs. Thank you for the opportunity, and we encourage a favorable report.
Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I think it was 2017, I was here. 2017, we passed a bill that raised the smoking age up to 21 on the premise that there was a direct pipeline, with high school students smoking and these type of things. And then shortly thereafter, then President Donald Trump made that a national initiative at 21. Are you saying both of those initiatives have failed? It doesn't sound like there's been much room as far as prohibiting smoking among high schoolers and people under 21 or even 18.
I wouldn't say necessarily that they failed. What we know is that 14% of Maryland high schools
Those were the same numbers that was reported half dozen years ago.
And so I would say that we need stronger enforcement, and we need to make sure all the loopholes are closed. So what enforcement measures are on?
Including warrantless searches, warrantless seizures, that's what the bill calls for. You think that's appropriate?
I think the proper way to think about this is the bill is just bringing the electronic cigarette market into the same position that we have with regular cigarettes. So currently, you're allowed to seize those cigarettes that are not properly regulated, that haven't
Tax
been
stamped,
right. So if we're trying to make sure they're all treated the same, so it's not a matter of like we're now just targeting this group. It's just to make sure that that group is not evading the process. And what we have right now, we know, is that yes, we've done an excellent job in America as a whole of making cigarettes not attractive to use, right? But I think that with the vape pens, it's become more of an attractive thing for young people to use. And while I think that we have made good strides, and the examples you gave show that we are in alignment on that, all this bill does is ensures that, hey, we got to work a little harder to make sure that we're not letting these vape pens slip through the cracks, where literally the most attractive thing for kids to get is now one of the things we don't have the control over to seize. So it's not creating a new rule for that group. It's just making sure that it's all treated equally. That's all it does.
It also says that peace officers can seize these products, and based on current testimony by my own the Anne Arundel County Board of Liquor Inspectors, they are peace officers. So would they be, what is your, I'm just trying to get a sense of what is your definition of peace officer? What does that look like? Is that a sworn officer? Is that someone with training? I mean, we're talking about
so I think there are some technical amendments that we're going to add to the bill, and I think it's one of the things, other technical amendments that we're going to actually take out to make sure that that's not a spot where it's weird and tricky, because I agree that it's weird how that's worded. We're going to make sure the definitions are tight. And there's also some other amendments that the Attorney General's office is also going to bring forward that we're also going to take. So we'll be able to iron out some of those wrinkles.
And would those officers, would you accept an amendment that those officers would fall under the police accountability boards?
I can't agree to that. I'd have to see the amendment in the language to make sure before I would agree on right here in this moment that I would take on that amendment. But I'm happy to discuss afterwards, and I'm happy to.
Because they would be acting in a law enforcement capacity, so I'd imagine that would be.
I'm happy to discuss offline. I'm not opposed until I see the entire
All right, we got that answer. Yeah, okay. Seeing no further questions, that concludes this panel. Next, we'll go to favorable with amendment. I have Candace Scott, Matthew Milby, and Melissa Hendricks. And before you start, we had a Ben Smith, who is a lobbyist, leave his wallet. If you don't claim it in the next 10 minutes, I have your American Express. Yeah, so go ahead and text me what you want from Amazon.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Candace Gott, and I am a member of the Maryland Vapor Alliance. The intention to crack down on bad actors in the ESD market is crucial, and I commend this initiative. However, as currently written, the bill will cause a clerical and compliance tornado, creating challenges for audits of both businesses and vendors, which could render it unenforceable. We should focus on practical amendments that truly address the issue at hand. I wholeheartedly support the bill's goal of enhancing the ATCC's enforcement authority, as this will protect public health and ensure a fair market. I do propose an amendment to require all retailers selling electronic smoking devices to obtain a specific ESD retail license or a vape shop vendor license. This will help regulate the market, ensuring compliance with ID checks, tax laws, and product safety standards. This standard alone will generate a specific list for the ATCC to work with. Currently, it will be burdensome and likely have no effect if vendors must register with the state, who will have the task of auditing the vendors and then auditing that list against retailers in Maryland. This will not work. Additionally, it is vital to establish mandatory penalties for businesses that fail to collect or remit sales taxes on tobacco and ESD products. Many retailers are currently not compliant, depriving the state of millions in revenue. We need a clear consequence for tax evasion to deter bad actors and protect honest businesses. I also recommend limiting the sale of large volume vape products that are above 5 milliliters to licensed vape shop vendors only. This measure would allow for tighter control and oversight, ensuring that these products are sold in responsible environments that prioritize public health and compliance. I am asking this legislator to work with responsible people in the vape industry to find solutions that will not kill small businesses. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Milby. I'm a small business owner in Maryland. And besides echoing what Candace just said, some of the reasons, the amendments that she proposed are great ideas, because right now, if you have an OTP license, you can pretty much sell whatever you want. And I think it's a great idea to have a specific ESD license, so that way the state can follow what products are being sold much easier, giving ATCC better enforcement. Right now in Maryland, we have a boatload of bad actors that are not paying sales tax, that are paying reduced sales tax, or none at all, and sometimes if you pay cash. Or we have flower shops that are now selling ESDs. We need to close these loopholes. And the last one is by moving the larger volume products into vape shops, is that if you look up on Google all the transactions that have occurred with the sales purchase of selling to minors, our vape shops are, if you look back 5 years, you'll be hard pressed to find maybe one, maybe two vape shops. The majority of the violators are smoke shops, convenience stores, and these hybrid shops that have been popping up all over the state of Maryland. They are your major offenders. And we can very much reduce the availability of these items into the responsible people in this industry. That's going to do a long way to keep these away from kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My name's Melissa Hendricks, and I'm a small vape shop located in Edgewater, Maryland. I'm favorable with amendments. As a small business who is in competition with many other stores not complying with Maryland state tax law and age verification, I hope that you take some of these amendments seriously. We need to work on strengthening our licensing to help the state understand what products are to be sold at what locations. When I purchase my product, I have to update my vape shop vendor's license to our distributors, or I will not be able to buy product. However, if you have a vape shop vendor license, tobacco license, or an OTP license, you can still sell the same product that I sell. This makes it hard for the state to figure out who is selling what, and even with the correct tax. Limiting the 5 mils and lower nicotine devices or liquid to tobacco licenses or OTP license would help reduce the number of products families and children are exposed to. Keeping 5 mils and above within a vape shop vendor license holder will help to keep it out of the hands of children. Plus, there is a clear difference between what each license holders are allowed to sell. Penalties should be given if businesses are not complying with Maryland tax law or age verification, and the ATCC should have the authority to do so. Stronger penalties need to be addressed and enforced. We have companies that I'm competing with who are not complying with either, and at the end of the day, they are making more than me. And I'm playing by the rules. I pay my taxes. I do everything that you guys have set forth. If the laws change within the state of Maryland, the businesses who hold tobacco, OTP, ends, or vape shop vendor's license should be made aware of is changing who be made aware of what is changing and who to contact if they need more information. We need better understanding of who is selling what to the state in the state of Maryland so the state of Maryland can enforce and protect our communities.
Thank you, ma'am. Seeing no questions for this panel, we will now go to the unfavorables. Bruce Spariano is the only in person. Is the online, Scott Weber online? No, okay. Just let me know if he comes on. Bruce, go ahead and start when ready.
Excuse me?
Start when ready.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, Bruce Spariano, I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Candy and Tobacco Wholesalers. I am not here to oppose proper access, safeguards to youth having tobacco products or vaping products. What disturbs me is the language of the bill. Now, apparently there are amendments. I'm not aware of that, and I'll be happy to share that with the sponsor and talk with the sponsor. But please take a look at the bill for a moment. What you have here, which is very disturbing to businesses, is you're allowed to have a peace officer. We've already discussed that, or the comptroller's office search without a warrant. And not only can they search without a warrant, which is very, very disturbing, but also once they seize the product, they start charging you, whoever had the product, and it could be very lawful. It could be a mistake. It could be, you know, a search that should not have been made because it wasn't reviewed by a judicial officer. So under the bill, once they seize the product, they can start charging you, that is, who had the product, for storage and for disposal and disposition of it, and then have the Attorney General file suit against you for attorney's fees. So before you have all these draconian provisions in here take effect, there should be someone looking at a warrant before this whole thing gets started. The problem is you have an activity that this bill is presenting to give to government authorities without any judicial officer or anyone looking at the merits or the probable cause for the actions that are taken in here. Be glad to see what the amendments are if they resolve some of the concerns, but otherwise it's very troubling and very disturbing. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to our virtual witness, Scott Weber. Mr. Weber, you can start when ready.
Vice Chair Crosby, members of the Economic Matters Committee, for the record, Scott Weber. I'm co-founder of the Vaping Awareness Public Education Society, back before this committee for like the 10th year. I'm today submitting in opposition to HB 1241. For those of you who have not known me, the Vape Society is a nonprofit public health research coalition that strongly favors policies that clarify harms, limits, and reduces tobacco smoking locally, nationally, and globally, because of medical science and all statistics reveals smoking to still be the single largest contributor to not only preventable death, but it is the most costly, as you heard earlier, in excess of $3 billion cost to Maryland alone. However, it also runs true that vaping remains the single most effective solution to actually help smokers reduce and or quit their cigarette smoking for adults and for youth. And in that light, any effort to impede or reduce the transition from smoking to anything that is better, including vaping, is contrary to the public health and well-being. The dangerous conflation of smoking and vaping as being the same or even equal is wrong, both in terms of physical science, but also the relative harms and costs. I'm going to flip off my script to the fiscal note that was just produced a few hours ago as to the costs. Apparently the fiscal note completely leaves out the fact that if this bill targets vape shops in particular, with some of the instances, for example, $1,000 per product style. I mean, I personally helped manufacturers produce over 25,000 of these project styles, which would mean a small business would be required to come up with somewhere between $20 and $25 million in addition to an escrow of $75,000. And a vape shop simply cannot do this. It's going to put them out of business, which is the intent of the big tobacco companies who can afford that. It's going to cost the state tens of millions of dollars in revenue, and all you have to do is check the comptroller's receipts for the vape shops that are actually paying the tax. And if you take those out and put it into convenience stores and into others, just please look at the fiscal note on a comptroller's basis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, seeing no questions, that concludes this bill hearing. Next, we'll go to Delegate Arendt's House Bill 1235.
Ready? Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and you all. First of all, for the record, Delegate Steve Arendt, I'm here presenting HB 1235, Queen Anne's County Licensed Cannabis Dispensary and Process Locations Distance Requirements. I want to talk a little bit about this bill before we get in it. I brought this amendment, or brought this piece last year to the, not to the committee, but to the back room, about possibly adjusting the distances that we talk about and where we can place some of these facilities. And it was kind of late in session, so it didn't really get heard. But subsequent to that, I want to preface it with talking a little bit about my district. I represent Queen Anne's County, which is about 55,000 people. And approximately 85% or 80% of that county can never be developed. So we're under some restrictions on where we can put things and how we can accommodate some of the things that this bill is looking for. When we put the bill in effect, we've seen a couple bumps and some massaging it to fit some of the demographics of the rest of the state. So the bill, as it's going to be presented, is it will prohibit the governing body of Queen Anne's County from allowing a cannabis processor to locate within 1,000 feet of a pre-existing primary or secondary school, playground, recreation center, library, public park, or place of worship in the county, and 2, a licensed child care center or registered family child care home located in the county. And the bill's location restrictions for the licensed dispensaries do not apply to a medical cannabis dispensary licensee that converted to a cannabis business licensee and was properly zoned and operating before July 1st, 2023. I got with me County Commissioner Jim Moran, if you'd give him a minute. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Arntz. So 2017, Queen Anne's County saw the medical cannabis coming down the pipe.
Sir, real quick, I just need you to announce your name. That's it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jim Moran, Queen Anne's County Commissioner. So in 2017, Queen Anne's County knew that the medical cannabis was on its way down, so we started our due diligence to be proactive versus reactive in doing our zoning. In the process of doing our zoning, between the GIS mapping and our research, we come to find out that Colorado and California have 1,000-foot offsets. So that's where we came up with the 1,000-foot offsets, and once we put the GIS of that 1,000 foot from schools, churches, and daycare centers, how many locations it left in the county, and I think it was approximately like 16. We are a rural county, like the delegate said, with 52,000 people. We're a county, our comp plan says we're a county connected by streams and rivers of small communities, and that's one of the reasons why we would rather have the 1,000-foot offset like we had previously, and it's also, our zoning has been copied by other counties, rural counties on the shore. So, you know, I have a feeling if this goes, possibly others will go with it. But we are looking for a favorable recommendation from this body.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, I have one unfavorable. Karen Kemp, Dockstetter.
Thank you.
Chris, you want to testify against it? Oh, just I got you. Go ahead, and you can start when ready. I only have one. Oh, I got, okay, okay.
Hi, folks. There should have been.
Yep,
three.
nope, there are. It's on it. Sorry. So I have Gerald Dockstetter as well as
Yes.
Stacy Brown Lohman.
Yes.
So go ahead. You can start when ready. I apologize.
Do you want to start first?
Okay, I'll go on and get started. Hi, my name is Stacy Brown Lohman. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby and esteemed committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today as a stakeholder in social equity within the cannabis industry. I represent a cannabis processing business eager to contribute to Queen Anne's County. I am here to oppose House Bill 1235, which would allow Queen Anne's County to keep their current policy that's more restricted than the state on cannabis processors. The current Queen Anne's County policy of not allowing processors to locate within 1,000 feet of a house of worship has created an undue burden for processors in the county. The law was implemented early last year. In Queen Anne's County, there is an industrial park zone for cannabis, but the county has allowed a house of worship to locate in the industrial park. So the area zone for cannabis is no longer available for cannabis processing. As a result, there is no place in Queen Anne's County that is available for new processors under the current law. Queen Anne's County recognized their error and recently said they're in the process of looking at how to make their law more in compliance with the state's cannabis law restrictions. House Bill 1235 will allow Queen Anne's County to continue to zone out all new social equity cannabis processors out of the county. Allowing Queen Anne's County to have an exemption to the current Maryland law will cause other counties to start to develop their own laws, thus weakening the state's cannabis law and leading to confusion for business, investors, and regulators. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, for the record, I'm Karen Kemp Dockstetter. I reside in Kent County, but our small business processing is in Queen Anne's County. I will be additionally a little bit shorter because my esteemed colleague here covered most of it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to represent those businesses who have historical residence within these zones as processors of cannabis, sativa, which is also known as hemp. As a hemp processor that has been and is currently federally and state legal commodity crop in all 50 states and has been grown in Maryland since the 1600s. Also, I represent my students that I work with who get cannabis license. I work with Howard Community College and with the state of Maryland to help people know about compliance. Reasons why we should look at this, because it puts undue burden on small businesses and businesses that will be put out of business if this law goes into effect, big time. The most obvious question is, why would the state allow one county to make this adjustment? Makes no sense to me. I think this would lead to an avalanche of requests from every county who has special interest groups or who would want to block a small business in cannabis from coming into the county. 2, processors need to be in an industrial park or a small manufacturing space. So it's much better to use that equipment and those sites that are available for specific manufacturing duties, responsibilities, activities. Also, many of the state's social equity licensees are having difficulty finding spaces, so why would any county make it more difficult to accommodate legal fledgling companies who would bring employment and additional revenue to the county and surrounding counties? Thank you.
My name is Gerald Dockstetter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. 2 ladies that are with me have done a great job, so I'm going to gracefully say I will support their position, and thank you very kindly.
Thank you. Real quick, ma'am, when did that church get, I guess, approved to move into the industrial zone?
So in 2017, when they started the medical cannabis, at some point since then, they've allowed the church to move into that area.
That's all I need to know. Okay, Delegate Peruski.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So I do have a follow-up. I served two terms on a county council in Anne Arundel County, and this came up when the medical cannabis was passed. My understanding in zoning code, you have to be very careful with place of worship. Does Queen Anne's County identify what a place of worship is? And let me explain where my example is going for this. You could have a church at a public school, they rent it out on a Sunday. So that's a church for temporary for 10 days. You could have church come and go. So I'm curious legally if they actually have it defined. I don't know their code, but that's a question. Do you know about how they define a place of worship?
No, they just said the place, they denied our application saying that we were too close to a house of worship.
Okay, thank you.
To make a point with you, sir, I should make a point that there is currently a place that we're having want to have the growing facility for, or the processing facility for cannabis has been a hemp processing facility for 3 to 4 years at this point in time.
Yes.
So that has been in existence, as has whenever the church was approved. So the county knew this a long, long time ago.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, that concludes this bill hearing. Next, we'll go to Delegate Adams, House Bill 1347. Delegate, it's just you, alone and unafraid. Okay. Get him, Fisher.
So if you had a Delegate Adams cannabis bill on your pre-session bingo card, you win. Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members, for the record, House Bill 1347, titled Cannabis Agents Registration Security Guards. This legislation would eliminate an unnecessary redundancy in statute, which currently requires those in the security guard industry to submit fingerprints or a national criminal history record check to the Maryland Cannabis Administration, even if they already are certified by the Maryland State Police. So to be clear, security guard industry is the only profession in Maryland now regulated by 2 different Maryland entities, the Maryland State Police and the Maryland Cannabis Administration, to basically perform the same function. Should House Bill 1347 be implemented, the Maryland Cannabis Administration would use proof of the Maryland State Police security guard certification to verify that the prospective agent is eligible to work on the premises of a cannabis licensee or registrant. To be clear to the committee, the Maryland Cannabis Administration supports this bill. When any new industry is created, unforeseen issues are identified within the first few years of implementation. That must be addressed to remove unnecessary burdens and for the industry to work effectively. This requirement for Maryland Cannabis Administration to gather fingerprints and criminal history check is an unnecessary burden on both the security guard industry and the Maryland Cannabis Administration. I thank you for your kind attention and consideration and respectfully request a favorable report. The Senate version of the same bill passed unanimously on February 13th.
Tracking, and it was bipartisan in terms of sponsor in the Senate. Okay. Appreciate it, Delegate. Seeing no further questions, next, or that concludes this bill hearing. Next, we'll go to House Bill 1364. Delegate Chi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the ECM. For the record, I'm Delegate Lily Chi, here to present HB 1364, Office of Social Equity, Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund. As you know, as you recall, in 2022, the Maryland General Assembly legalized adult recreational use of marijuana. The following year, we passed the Cannabis Reform Act, which established the Office of Social Equity under the Maryland Cannabis Administration, and also established the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund, also known as CRRF Fund, which provides resources to local jurisdictions to serve communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. So this bill is about the administration and oversight of the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund. Excuse me. The CRRF fund is funded by the state sales tax on adult use of cannabis, which is currently set at about 9% for sales tax. The fund accounts for about 1/3, approximately 35% of the total state sales tax revenue. For context, in 2024, calendar year 2024, total medical and adult use sales revenue surpassed over $1 billion, okay? And we're talking about $120 million of sales tax revenue for the state, which is not a small amount. And of course, 1/3 of that approximately goes to the CRRF fund. And we can only expect the revenue stream to accelerate because Governor Moore recently proposed in his budget bill to increase the sales tax of cannabis from 9% to 15%. So it is important as the revenue continues to grow that the state provides more clear oversight of the fund's use by local counties to achieve its intended purposes like any other state funds. So specifically, HB 1364 requires the Office of Social Equity to oversee the appropriation of funds and the training of recipients, which are the community-based organizations, the nonprofits within the counties to administer those funds. And it also establishes an advisory board for the CRRF fund. And you can look at the bill of the 17 members recommended for that. It also defines the intended purposes of the fund, but I want to point out that these intended purposes are not exclusive. And also it spells out how the counties should distribute the fund, such as requiring the counties to establish, to develop a plan before they distribute the funds to the CBOs, the community-based organizations, et cetera. I want to make an important correction that due to bill drafting error, the bill actually currently says that we're going to take the responsibility of the fund administration from the comptroller's office to the Office of Social Equity. That's not the intent of the bill, so we're going to offer an amendment to correct that. So the administration still stays with the comptroller, but the Office of Social Equity will oversee the fund appropriation by the counties to the nonprofit organizations to make sure the program does what it intends to do. So this bill, the content and the stipulation of the bill is a result of a joint survey between the Office of the Comptroller, the Office of Social Equity, and the Governor's Office based on extensive community input. I understand MACO has some concerns about this bill, saying it's too restrictive and it's burdensome to the counties. So beyond the correction that I made at the beginning, I want to say we are more than happy to work with the counties to make it workable. And make the language less restrictive about the intended purposes so that the eligible users are not meant to be exhaustive. But I also want to point out that as the fund continues to grow and we're also at the very beginning of administering these funds, it's important to set more clear parameters and guidelines for the counties so that their uses are more consistent and intentional. Because this is not a general fund, this is a state fund by state tax dollars, right? So the state has every right to stipulate how it should be funded, how it should be used, and have more transparency, et cetera. So with that, I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Chi, and seeing no questions nor any other witnesses on this bill, that concludes House Bill 1364. Next, we will go back to Delegate Ampry, House Bill 1377. Delegate, if you have a panel, you can bring them up. All right, I'll just call them for speed. Frick, Ari Plout, and Hope Wiseman. And then we have one virtual. Go ahead and start when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Marlon Ampry here in support of House Bill 1377, the Equity in Cannabis Advertising Act. And I want to start off by just making it clear, I want to say that this committee, we did something that almost felt impossible. We figured out a way to bring cannabis to the state, but most importantly, I'm really proud of the work that we did, and particularly the chairman's work on ensuring that we found a way to get licenses to those who were most harmed by the racist war on drugs that happened for years. And we have a social equity license program and system that really has worked in getting licenses into the hands of a diverse share of individuals who are now able to join into this new market and have the opportunity to create wealth and to truly create more opportunities for their families and so forth. And that's really the reason I brought this bill forward. I truly believe that the legacy of this committee will be those licenses that we figured out, and the rest of the country is watching how we roll out those licenses and how people can be effective who hold those licenses. Now, with that said, the unfortunate reality is that when we did these licenses for our recreational purposes, we have to remember what worked and didn't work under the medical license programming. And I want to remind this committee that under the medical licensing programming, there was a different amount and allowance of marketing and advertising that was permitted that we are hoping to return to with this bill. So I just want to start off by saying what this bill essentially does is it ensures that the same opportunities that medical license holders had when we first brought cannabis to the state we want to make sure these social equity license holders have the same opportunities and ensuring that these new license holders can market themselves in a way that brings customers, responsible users to their stores and to learn about the products that they have, et cetera. So again, this bill reinstates reasonable advertising opportunities for cannabis businesses, aligning Maryland's regulations with those of states that have successfully implemented adult use cannabis markets. The bill ensures responsible advertising practices, including 500-foot buffer restrictions, preventing advertisements from being placed near primary and secondary schools, licensed child care centers, registered family care homes, playgrounds, recreational centers, libraries, public parks, substance abuse treatment facilities, and so forth. I want to make clear that the bill is really, really stringent on how and where the marketing can take place. We're not going to have cartoon characters. We're not going to allow bright neon lights to attract young people. The goal of this bill is to make sure that the signage that you see is not going to have people smoking cannabis. It's not going to have red eyes. It's not going to be any of that. It's literally just brand recognition. It's the opportunity. Think about it this way. If there's a social equity license holder who has an amazing new facility, they want to say, hey, this is the name of my company. That could be on the sign. They could say, hey, I am a Black-owned, woman-owned, veteran-owned, LGBTQ-owned, whatever, owned facility to attract people that want to support those businesses. Imagine right now we have social equity license holders who can't put up a sign saying, hey, come support this veteran-owned business. I'm a social equity license holder. Come support this Black-owned business. They can't do that. So how do we expect them to survive and be successful if they can't put signs up that say, here's where I am, how to get to me, et cetera? Again, they're not going to be able to advertise they're not going to be able to advertise certain products. They're not going to be able to advertise certain things. It's literally more about brand and name recognition for these brands. And what this is going to be able to do, I know it's the focus of the chairman and this committee is to make sure that we are getting rid of the black market and the illicit market. One of the goals of making sure that we have this cannabis industry is that we've got to weed out, no pun intended, the black market. I swear I did not set that up, I promise. We want to weed out the black market. And the way we do that is we have to have proper access points for people to know where they can buy, where they can do it safely, where it's located, et cetera. The unfortunate reality is, unfortunately right now, I see more signs on buses, I see more signs around that just say stuff about the dangers of cannabis and not about like where to get it safely and where I can buy and support a certain type of business. So we want to make sure that's equitable. And the other thing I want to add is just that if we really want to have the economic growth and market opportunities around cannabis, we've got to make sure folks know where they can buy it and who they can support. And if you look at other states similar to our size that have marketing capabilities that, again, are doing it safely, not marketing to children, not making it's tasteful marketing done, what we're seeing in other states like Missouri, they generate 30 million more per month, 30 million more per month in cannabis sales. Again, because they have the marketing capabilities. And we have people who are visiting from out of state. We have a huge event happening in Baltimore this weekend, the CIAA conference, which is a huge thing where HBCUs come down, play basketball, awesome time. They don't know where to go. They don't know when they don't know how and where to go. We gotta make sure we have signage and things that allow people to know where they can go and support this industry and so forth. And it can create more economic opportunities for our state. And I understand you're gonna hear from public health people who are saying, hey, this is a danger, et cetera. Again, we've thoughtfully crafted this bill to make sure that children and people who are not supposed to use this will not have access. Additionally, let's remember, when we made this for medical use, we allowed the marketing. And these same communities they didn't come out against that form of marketing, but now that we have recreational, it seems like there's more, vitriol towards that. So I think we're just returning back to the original marketing rules that we had when we had medical to ensure that the legacy people who have those medical licenses don't have an upper leg in this system. We've got to make sure that all these new players we brought have the ability to market themselves equitably to make sure they have a fair chance to be successful. And now the last thing I want to mention is that you do have some graphics that we emailed out today, some information around what other states are doing and how they're doing it and how much more better they're doing on sales at a time when we need as much money coming into the state as possible, right? So I want to make sure that you know that it's in your email box that came to you today. Please take a look at that if you have any questions there. But also just want to highlight there are 2 amendments forthcoming. There's some duplicative language within the bill that's already covered in COMAR. We want to make sure that we're not doing, crossing out certain things. And also there's another component of the bill that makes sure that with the signage that we're not, I think some of the language in the current bill, drafting area, that we're actually eliminating people to be able to have signs up on their actual property where we sell. That's not what we want. So there'll be an amendment there. So with that said, I know it's a mouthful, but I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1377, and I'll let my panel jump in here. I guess we'll go left to right.
I don't know how anybody else has anything to add.
Yeah.
So, and what is an upper leg? I've never heard that. Somebody has isn't it an upper hand?
Upper hand.
Upper leg?
Upper hands, okay. It's it's my 4th bill today, man. It's a long day, man.
We're tracking.
Long day.
Go ahead.
Can you please?
There you go.
Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Ari Plout, and I'm here on behalf of Clear Channel in support of House Bill 1377. Clear Channel, we're the outdoor billboards. I just want to, Delegate Ampry did say a lot. I just want to highlight a couple things to say about this. So we understand that there is a need for guardrails on these products, and this bill strikes a good balance between maintaining the guardrails and allowing outdoor ads for legal products. There's reasonable restrictions, such as you can't appeal to kids, and also maintaining the distance from sensitive areas. Another issue I wanted to bring up is that this bill will address the competitive disadvantage issue. So current law, if you're a cannabis licensee, you can't, it prohibits you from any trademark, name, brand, or anything that lacks imagery. So even if you're a cannabis licensee and you sell non-cannabis products such as vitamins or health supplements, you can't even advertise that right now. This bill will help address that competitive disadvantage issue. And lastly, Clear Channel, we're extremely cautious and mindful with image restrictions and placements. And we have a number of checks and balances in place. We've never had a citation when we were doing medical cannabis. And with that, committee asks for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Hope Wiseman. I'm the founder and CEO of Marion, Maine, a dispensary in Capitol Heights, Maryland. I have been recognized as the youngest Black woman to own a dispensary in the United States, so I have, of course, seen firsthand how being able to advertise this has helped my business grow. It's allowed me to share my personal story at community events and build partnerships with different local businesses and educate over 70,000 customers that we've had come through our store in the past 7 years, all while growing my business. This bill eases outdated outdoor advertising restrictions while still keeping our communities safe. The bill sets clear limits by prohibiting ads near sensitive locations. It includes safeguards to ensure that no advertisements actually target minors or that it promotes cannabis solely as an intoxicating substance. So we're not asking for images of cannabis plants all over the place or dispensaries on every corner. We simply need the right to advertise our business and tell our stories so that we can engage our community responsibly. I want to add that I am super excited and encouraged by the new social equity licenses, but as Delegate Ampry has acknowledged, it's going to be very difficult for them to catch up to existing businesses if they're not allowed the basic business right to advertise. So I support this bill because it creates a balance between protecting our businesses and protecting the community. It allows our businesses and businesses like mine to grow through responsible advertising, especially with including the MCA and helping to make these decisions that are best for our community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Bill Frick, I represent District Cannabis. And friends, when I talk to friends of mine and folks in the cannabis industry across the country, I get to brag about you. It is the best because the regulatory system that this committee, your chair, the General Assembly has put together is the envy of every state in the country. We've done it right, and you have an excellent program. But there's still ways it can be improved, and we believe this is a very common sense bill that can make what is already a great program even better. I think a lot of you might be surprised how hard it can be for a cannabis business to tell the world they exist and where they are. Some of it's the advertising restrictions we've adopted, but there's other restrictions like social media companies that won't do business with us and other kinds of outlets that are available to normal businesses that aren't open to cannabis businesses. And if the public doesn't know they exist, the social policy objectives we're trying to achieve can't be achieved. We're not going to draw people in from the illicit market. Those are particularly big challenges for our new social equity licensees who are both trying to advertise themselves to customers from the traditional illicit market, and also will have to break in to markets where there's already some serving the legal market. I also want to add one unique wrinkle. District Cannabis is in Hagerstown, Maryland, and because of the way that our existing prohibition on outdoor advertising, the way it's phrased, we actually can't advertise out of state at all. So even if a billboard might be legal in West Virginia or Pennsylvania, the way the current code is written, we can't put that billboard up. And I don't think that was necessarily a deliberate policy decision on your part. And I think it would probably be in everyone's interest, certainly the state's financial interest, the interest of these licensees, to be able to bring in those out-of-state customers, let them know that Maryland is a place you can get safe, legal, tested product, and certainly drawing those customers from out of state. So District Cannabis is in enthusiastic support of Delegate Amfrey's bill, and we hope you'll give it a favorable report.
All right. Delegate Pepe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate. So most of the testimony in opposition is related to kids.
Yes.
All right. So my question for you, and it was stated earlier, it's a legal product. It should be allowed to be advertised. Are we allowed to advertise cigarettes on billboards?
My understanding is that there's rules around cigarettes that wouldn't allow us to advertise.
It's illegal.
That.
Right. So, you know, it's just obviously a consideration, right? As you advertise things, there are certainly other products that are legal that are also prohibited, explicitly prohibited from being advertised. Yeah. Cigarettes for one. And, you know, we've heard in this committee over and over that the preference, I mean, just from a health perspective, the preference for folks that use cannabis is smoking it. We've heard that over and over and over and over. So I don't know if you wanted to address that.
Yeah, I think cigarettes are different because it's smoke, right? And I understand people are more familiar with using cannabis and the smoking manner. But guess what?
So first of all, the ban is on nicotine, not cigarettes.
Correct.
Just so you know.
So
it's like chewing tobacco, smoking, it's all the above.
Got it. Understand. But at the end of the day, I think that it's important to understand that within the cannabis industry, there's a multitude of ways cannabis can be used. It has certain medical benefits, et cetera, right, that we actually have medical licenses for where you can get more. So I think there's a differentiation between the two products that would make more sense. And again, you're not advertising the actual products. You're advertising your store, your location, where it is, how it's owned, et cetera. So people can know how to get there, where to go, so that we can have a viable industry that can make money. So I understand what you're saying in regards to the comparison point, but I think that the difference there is that the tobacco industry and cigarettes, you said cigarettes, that was your initial question, but we have to understand that cannabis, there's a multitude of ways. There's ointments, there's edibles, there's several things that you can go into a store and learn about. And also, people should learn about the product. They don't even know where to go learn or where to go find more information about it if they don't have a place of where to go or how to get there, et cetera. So,
I mean, couldn't I make the same argument about minority-owned cigarette shops or nicotine shops? I mean, should we relook at that policy?
I'm focused on cannabis today, so that's not something I'm willing to discuss.
Good answer. All right, thank you, Madam
We'll have 4 bills tomorrow. Delegate Blalfo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hope, good to see you, friend.
Great to see you as well.
Proud Prince Georgian here. Talk to me about how you're marketing, because you were a legacy license, right? So you were kind of curbed out of some of the restrictions that we put in the bill from 2 years ago or a year ago, whenever we passed our big social equity license.
Well, we're compliant now. But yeah, so in the past, we've been able to market at events. We've been able to go and actually sponsor, set up a booth, be able to actually advertise our brand. I've been able to advertise on radio stations. I've been able to actually go out, do grassroots marketing with flyers. All of these things have made us a pillar in Prince George's County. To this day, people come to our store because they remember us showing up to events, being present. We can still show up, but just as ourselves and not really as our brand. So it's really played a role in kind of making us a less of a community partner. We can't really do anything unless it's inside of our store, essentially. Also, when cannabis became legal, being able to go out into the community and tell everybody like, hey, this is available. Like has been said many times before, we also educate on safe and responsible use. And I know the state already puts funds, some of our tax revenue already goes towards educating the state on safe and responsible use. And us as private companies, we do that as well. So we want to continue the ability to do that.
And one more question, Mr. Chair. Bill, this is for you, just because you have a vast amount of knowledge about this, given your client's portfolio.
Thank you, Delegate. Appreciate that.
Talk to me about how Maryland is different. I think the delegate may have said it, but he was kind of long-winded. So just talk to me about how Maryland is unique in this space.
He has a lot of knowledge, Delegate. You can't expect that all to come out too fast. We have had I think one of the difficult things that you all grappled with for a number of years was how to serve that adult use market. And what we've seen, and by all means, I hope chime in, you live this every day. What we've seen in other jurisdictions, including right across the line in DC, is they sent the message to the public that things were legal, but they didn't have legal sources of supply. And you all made a very difficult decision about letting the legacy medical market in. And that's why it's working very, very well. But you have good guardrails around. You have good regulatory structures. You're making a priority of bringing in, disadvantaged communities as quickly as possible. And I think you've balanced things very, very well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we have one virtual witness, Dia Thomas.
Looks like I'm unable to start my video because of the host, but that is okay if you can hear me.
Hold on one second, ma'am, because you have to have your video to testify. One second. Go ahead, ma'am. We can see you.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the Economic Matters Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 1377, the Cannabis and Equity Advertising Act. I am Dia Thomas, and I am a newly conditional licensed social equity founder and CEO of a Baltimore-based cannabis company that is dedicated to building an equitable and community-driven business. I just want to take a second to commend Delegate Amfrey and the committee for recognizing the need for fair advertising practices within Maryland's cannabis industry. As a new licensee, I am acutely aware of the competitive advantages that small and social equity-owned brands face when entering a market. Which companies have benefited from a decade or more of brand recognition, consumer loyalty, and substantial marketing budgets. Without targeted support, emerging businesses risk being overshadowed, limiting the effectiveness of Maryland's social equity initiatives. House Bill 1377 strikes a necessary balance by updating advertising restrictions to protect vulnerable populations, particularly youth, while allowing fairer access to brand visibility. This legislation ensures that new licensees like myself have a fighting chance to reach adult consumers responsibly, and also limiting proximity to sensitive locations such as schools, substance use treatment facilities, and playgrounds, and that are essential for our safety. It's also important to acknowledge that established brands have had years to cultivate consumer trust through digital print and event sponsorship marketing. New brands, particularly those launched under Maryland's social equity framework, need equitable opportunities to compete. And I think House Bill 1377 allows that. So I just urge the committee to consider the intent behind Maryland's social equity provisions, which are to create not just licensees, but thriving, sustainable businesses. And access to fair advertising is a cornerstone of that success. Thank you for your time, attention, and commitment to equity in this growing sector.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Seeing no questions, that concludes this bill hearing. Next, we will go to House Bill 1408, Delegate Boifo. And Delegate, you can bring up your panel.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Vice Chair, colleagues on the House Economic Matters Committee, for the record, Delegate Adrian Boifo here to present House Bill 593, Employment Discrimination, Fire and Rescue, Public Safety Employees' Use of Medical Cannabis. Our firefighters and resource workers work hard every day to keep our neighborhoods safe, many times risking their own lives to do it. They don't do so out of recognition, but out of an unwavering commitment to serve our communities and protect everyday Marylanders who call for help. However, these brave workers tirelessly dedicated themselves to saving lives, and we have an opportunity with this bill to not overlook the physical, mental, and emotional toll that their work demands. Many firefighters and rescue workers sustain injuries on the job and face high levels of stress. Many are prescribed medical marijuana to alleviate them from those symptoms and speed up their recoveries. In Maryland, our medical cannabis program has proven to be beneficial, as this day has proven, for many individuals suffering from chronic pain, PTSD, and other serious conditions. Yet first responders who rely on medical cannabis to manage their work-related injuries or stressors currently risk facing barriers to employment and even losing their careers, even when they hold a valid certificate and use medical marijuana responsibly. HB 1408 addresses this concern by ensuring that no firefighter, paramedic, or rescue worker is penalized purely because they hold a legal medical cannabis certification. This legislation prohibits discrimination in employment action. Employers may not discharge or discriminate against firefighters, emergency medical technicians, cardiac rescue technicians, or paramedics solely because they are a valid medical cannabis holder. This protects workers and acknowledges their medical needs. Let me be clear. Employers will still be allowed to enforce policies that prohibit employees from being on duty while impaired and from using medical marijuana within 12 hours before a shift. By passing this bill, we acknowledge the high-risk nature of fire and rescue work and respect that many frontline heroes need access to medical cannabis to manage their conditions. Mr. Chair, sorry, before I end here, I just want to thank all the firefighters who are here, not just those who are testifying on this panel, but those who are also behind us here in support and solidarity. But I especially want to hear, and you're going to hear from her next, Miss Susanna Reed McCullough, for being here and the courage and strength that both her and her daughter have endured over the last couple months. And so for these reasons, Mr. Chair, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1408.
Good afternoon. My name is Susie Reed McCullough, and this is Alice McCullough. My husband, Jesse McCullough, Alice and Maggie's dad, was a firefighter who bravely served with both Prince George's County and Baltimore City during his career. In January of 2017, he was diagnosed with an aggressive form of job-related cancer from which he ultimately passed. As many of you know, firefighters experience and die from cancer at a significantly higher rate than the general population. A cancer diagnosis means months and sometimes years of pain and debilitation from not only the disease itself, but also the grueling treatments that patients have to endure. Jesse lived with cancer for 21 months. During that time, he had multiple rounds of chemotherapy, radiation, and major surgery. For most of it, he continued to work while taking intermittent FMLA up until a couple of months before his death when he went out on leave permanently. Jesse dealt with debilitating nausea, pain, mouth sores, cold sensitivity, sleeplessness, you name it, not to mention the emotional weight of living in the face of a terminal diagnosis. Medical cannabis was legal at that time in Maryland and could have helped him with many of these symptoms, but he could not take it. There is substantial research that cannabis treatment for chemotherapy-related nausea is both effective and has fewer side effects than typical antiemetics, and that it is an effective adjuvant therapy for cancer pain alongside opioids, which he was already legally taking, and that it supports the emotional well-being of people facing their own mortality. This isn't about getting high, this is about having access to medication. I tried to get him to get a medical card, which he would have easily qualified for, but he would not do it. He worried that even being registered as a medical cannabis patient with the state could be enough to get him fired, or that if he used cannabis even after he was on permanent leave, even when he was on hospice, that it could lose him his job and by extension lose me and our daughter's benefits after his death. He should not have had to choose. He should not have had to choose between his health and his family's financial security. No one should have to make that choice. I am asking you to please make sure that no one has to again. Thank you for your time.
Don't know how to follow that. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and esteemed members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Josh Fannin. I am the president of the Baltimore Fire Officers IEFF Local 964. I could go on almost forever about this subject, but you wisely limited me to 2 minutes, so here goes. I'm not going to tell you about how firefighters break their bodies and put their lives on the line in the course of their duty over the course of a career for complete strangers, because you know that already. What you may not know is this career leaves them susceptible to various afflictions at higher rates than the general public. These include sleep dysrhythmias, PTSD, musculoskeletal injuries, cancers, and the like. I have seen colleagues, I don't think that's the right word, I think I have seen brothers and sisters of mine who were prescribed powerful addictive narcotics to treat these ailments, which then precipitated a downward spiral into the throes of addiction. This despite the fact they have a safe, non-addictive medicine that is available and legal to them in the form of cannabis, legal in the state of Maryland since 2014, as you know, but prohibited by every fire department employer in the state, despite its use in human history without a single overdose or death in 100,000 years. Even aspirin can't boast that kind of success. So we are here today to ask you to protect our brothers and sisters from future injustice. Let them use prescriptions off duty that their doctors prescribe under their care and protect them from addiction. Thank you for your time, and I strongly encourage you in the strongest possible terms to return a favorable report and move this ahead.
Chairman and distinguished members of the Economic Matters Committee, my name is John Gardell, and I serve as a battalion chief with the Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm here to share my experience and insights regarding the use of medical cannabis by emergency service personnel. In May of 2018, the city of Pittsburgh implemented a policy permitting its members to use medical cannabis in accordance with Pennsylvania state law. This policy was introduced in response to the needs of our members, many of whom are military veterans managing service-related injuries, including post-traumatic stress injuries, sleep disorders, and chronic pain. Prior to this policy, firefighters struggling with these conditions often relied on prescription medications such as sleep aids, antidepressants, and opioids, many of which carry significant side effects and risks. Others turn to alcohol, sometimes leading to dependency issues. The introduction of medical cannabis as an alternative treatment option has provided many of our members with a safer and more effective means of managing their conditions. Since the adoption of the policy nearly 7 years ago, we have seen a marked improvement in the well-being of our personnel. Many members have reported significant enhancement in their quality of life, while incidents related to alcohol use have declined. Furthermore, there have been no reported incidents of cannabis misuse, whether on duty or off duty, within our department. As more states expand access to medical cannabis, it is imperative that policymakers recognize its benefits for emergency responders. I urge you to support this bill that will allow firefighters and emergency service workers to benefit from the responsible use of medical cannabis. Thank you for your consideration.
Delegate Pruski.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you to the panel. Thank you for bringing the bill. I actually have a question about the policy in Pittsburgh. How do you measure impairment? You know, you're on the site, you're a supervisor. How would somebody measure whether somebody's impaired or not?
Yeah, it's absolutely the #1 question I receive. So we would view impairment, and how we would deal with impairment is the same way we would deal with someone who would be impaired on prescription medication, whether it's a sleep aid, whether it's an opioid, it would be handled in the exact same fashion. So while they may have a prescription for an opioid or for Ambien, something of that nature, it does not permit them, even with that prescription, to come on duty and show signs of impairment. As soon as a supervisor would recognize that, they would be immediately sent for testing. And because of that recognition and that documentation, they would be then disciplined for that impairment on duty. So just same way as a prescription medication.
Thank you.
Delegate Weibel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just looking at the committee testimony, I'm surprised by what I don't see there, and that's MML and MACO. Have you had any conversation with them about this pill?
No, we haven't.
None. So they're silent on it?
Yeah, I don't think this really, we haven't had any conversation with them.
Okay, thanks.
I guess I have a question, Delegate, just kind of to follow up on Delegate Persky's, right? It has 12 hours prior to shift. How are you going to determine that? I mean, I know that's kind of what he was alluding to, right? But like, I guess, how are you going to have a chief, fire president, whatever the technical term, supervisor, make that determination? It's not like, alcohol when you can breathalyze somebody. I mean, you could, I guess, smell alcohol a little bit easier than, an edible or a drink. But I guess what would be, besides what the gentleman from Pittsburgh had already mentioned, how do you think someone in Maryland, how do you think a supervisor in Maryland would handle that?
Yeah, I think it's twofold. I think the first thing is what he said is actually accurate. Right now, we do not have a measure on, say, you're on some prescription drugs. We don't have an accurate measure of figuring that out. That has to be some awareness on a supervisor's point. Second, I think this committee has talked at length that we are getting closer and closer to a world and a reality where we're going to be able to detect medical any type of cannabis in someone's system, right? But the reality is that the current laws that are on our books say that you kind of have to use judgment as a supervisor when making that determination, and that this will be the same for this as well. And Mr. Vice Chair, let me just add, we're talking about medical marijuana here in particular. I know that when this bill came by last year, we were kind of talking about recreational and everything else under the whole scope. This is strictly for those who can show written certification for medical marijuana.
Yep, I get it. And I mean, it's kind of like a balancing act, right? Like, I come from the military, know plenty of guys who deployed, who use it for that purpose. At the same time, these individuals are still contributing in a fairly dangerous job at a moment's notice. So, okay, seeing no further questions, next we will go to Shanitha Lewis, Ashley Eckhart, Bradley Cluckus, Brian Holtzlandler, and Matt Johnson. Whoever comes up, you can use it first. Just keep rolling.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you to the Vice Chair and esteemed members of the Economics Matter Committee. My name is Shanitha Lewis. I am the Executive Director of Veterans Initiative 22. It is a nonprofit organization whose mission is suicide prevention through affordable and safe access to medical cannabis for veterans, first responders, and Gold Star family members. Please note our strong support of House Bill 1408. Our esteemed and honorable fire and public safety I'm so sorry, I'm nervous. And first responders in Maryland and throughout the country are a population that overwhelmingly supports medical cannabis, and one that is disproportionately affected by PTSD, chronic pain, and other health issues due to the physically demanding and dangerous work they do every day to protect the lives and safety of Maryland citizens. It is imperative that we recognize and accommodate their medical needs, including the therapeutic use of medical cannabis. The mental and physical health burdens on first responders are well documented. According to SAMHSA, 30% of first responders develop behavioral health conditions compared to 20% in the general population. Firefighters in particular experience high levels of chronic pain, anxiety, and sleep disorders due to the strenuous and high-stress nature of their work. Medical cannabis has emerged as an effective treatment as well as an alternative to opioids and other pharmaceuticals for pain management, PTSD, and sleep disorders. The HHS has determined that medical cannabis is effective in treating pain. Studies indicate that states with medical cannabis programs have seen a 25% reduction in opioid overdose deaths, emphasizing its potential as a safer pain management option. As studies have shown, employees who consume cannabis pose no greater risk to safety, and discriminating against medical cannabis users who use cannabis after work hours is an ineffective workplace safety policy. By passing 1408, Maryland will take a critical step towards supporting the health and rights of those who dedicate their lives to protecting ours. I urge the committee to vote in favor of Bill 1408. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the Vice Chair and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Brad Klukas with IFF Local 2000 from the Howard County Fire and Rescue. Cannabis has been used for medical purposes for over 5,000 years, but it wasn't until 1988 rather, that the discovery of the human endocannabinoid system opened the door to understanding its therapeutic potential. The first step toward legal medicinal cannabis came in 1998 in California, enabling the critical research into its medical benefits. As research into cannabis continues to advance, its potential benefits for firefighters who face unique and significant health challenges are becoming increasingly evident. Firefighters are at an alarmingly high risk of developing cancer, with studies showing that we are 150% more likely to get diagnosed with cancer than the general public, and 20% more likely to die from it. Cannabis has demonstrated promising potential in not only halting tumor growth, but also in preventing metastases. Used in coordination with chemotherapy, the combination of THC and CBD has shown substantial increase in the effectiveness of those treatments, as well as the survivability. These include cancers specifically listed in the presumptive disability law, such as brain, breast, colon, lymphoma, and prostate cancers. Additionally, approximately 60% of firefighters experience chronic pain as a result of the physical demands of the job. Many firefighters have prescribed opioid medications to manage this pain. However, the opioid crisis remains a serious concern. The National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine have given cannabis their highest rating of conclusive, high-quality evidence for its efficacy in pain relief. Mental health challenges, particularly PTSD, are prevalent in the fire service. Firefighters are tragically 3 times more likely to die by suicide than in the line of duty, and many turn to alcohol as a coping mechanism. Research indicates that cannabis can effectively alleviate the symptoms of PTSD and may help its onset when used after exposure to traumatic events. I guess my time has run out, so thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
Brian Holtzlander.
Yeah, just hold on. All right, there you go. You guys don't have to touch anything. The mic's wrong. Go ahead.
Brian Holtzlander, Third Vice President, Anne Arundel County Professional Firefighters Association. I'm proud to stand in support of firefighter health and safety, recruitment and retention, fairness and freedom, and House Bill 1408. Our firefighters must no longer be denied access to the full spectrum of health care afforded to every other Marylander, and that includes cannabis. My members put their mind, body, and soul on the line every day to protect our citizens. They know the risks, and they accept them resolutely. In the course of these duties, they incur injuries both physical and psychological. And while they would never deny life-saving treatment to any patient in their care, they find that when they need help, safer alternatives to opioid pain management and mental health medications like cannabis are withheld. Consequently, our firefighters are put at greater risk of opioid dependency, depression, and suicide. This is unacceptable when we have seen so much success with cannabis treatment in other vulnerable communities like veterans, technology, and medicine, who also are the very communities and the kind of people that we desperately need to recruit into the fire service. We cannot afford to walk away from recruiting our best and brightest just because of the medicine that they take. Finally, some have argued that this should be a collective bargaining or a management issue. The representatives here from all over the state are evidence that that is not possible. We are here to appeal to the ultimate authority, you, the people. We're only asking to be treated fairly and our freedom respected. I enthusiastically ask for your favorable report of 1408. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Eckhart, and for 20 years I have served as an Anne Arundel County professional firefighter. On November 4th, 2023, while in the line of duty, I fell from the height of a second-story window and sustained a very significant injury. That injury required surgery and also included an intense 14-month recovery that initially they told me I would not return to full duty. During the early part of my recovery, I experienced unimaginable pain, the kind of pain which had me delirious and wishing for death. I spent a week admitted to the hospital for pain management. Ketamine, fentanyl, morphine, Percocet, Dilaudid, oxycodone, tramadol, gabapentin, and Zoloft had become my only way of survival. I lived weeks confined in an opiate haze with my family keeping watch to wake me up when my breathing slowed. Most of these medications were not effective and caused awful side effects. Within just a few weeks of being prescribed them, I began to develop a dependency to narcotics. The physical process of withdrawal was one I hoped to never endure again. In addition to my physical injury, I was also diagnosed with post-traumatic stress. The medication prescribed to manage the post-traumatic stress comes with several side effects and has muted my personality and the vibrant person I once was. Currently, my day-to-day life consists of chronic pain. In fact, since the date of my injury, I have not gone one single day pain-free. Pain that is often debilitating, impacting my quality of life. One single day spent on shift is usually followed by 1 to 2 days of limited mobility due to pain. In speaking with my physician, he suggested the use of cannabis or CBD. Cannabis and CBD is a known effective treatment for pain and post-traumatic stress. Long-term use of narcotics has not been effective and is not safe nor a viable option. Regardless of my disability, my pain, or my suffering, if I use cannabis or CBD as an alternative, I will lose my employment. That should not be my only option, and a risk of addiction to opiates should not be my only option. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, my name is Matt Johnson. I'm a lieutenant with Howard County Fire and Rescue, and I serve as the second vice president of IAFF Local 2000, where I proudly represent over 500 career firefighters and lieutenants. Consider my testimony today as theirs as we stand united in strong support of this bill. Firefighters don't get to choose when trauma strikes. They don't get to turn off the weight of what they've seen, the pain their bodies endure, the exhaustion that comes after years of service. But right now in Maryland, they're being forced to make a choice they shouldn't have to make between their health and their careers. In 2018, I lost one of my closest friends, my brother Chris, to an opioid overdose. I've felt that pain, and I hope I don't have to bury one of my brothers or sisters in the fire service because of a problem we already have a solution for. We know the facts. Opioids have fueled a devastating crisis in this country. We also know that medicinal cannabis could be a safer alternative, helping with pain, improving sleep, and offering relief without the same risks of addiction. And yet firefighters are being told that they can take addictive medications but can't access a natural alternative that works. That doesn't make sense. That's not right. This bill is about doing what's right. It's about recognizing the reality of the job, the long nights, the injuries, the mental strain, and ensuring firefighters have the same medical choices as others. When the alarm sounds, no matter the time of day or who called, we show up. We always show up. And today I'm asking this committee to show up for us. By passing this bill, you'll show the firefighters you have their back. Thank you for your time. I ask the committee for a favorable report on House Bill 1408.
First, I just want to say on behalf of the entire state, thank you to all of you. Your service is greatly appreciated, and it's not just some hollowed words. I know that there are many members of this committee. Well, we have a firefighter on the committee, but you know, there's others who have served in the military, and I know there's others in the legislature that have been police officers, and so, you know, it doesn't go unnoticed what you put your body through on, you know, throughout an entire career. And I appreciate you coming and sharing your story, man. I think that was extraordinarily impactful. Delegate Fennell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I have worked for Prince George's County Fire Department for 21 and a half years, and a member of 1619. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll go to our one virtual witness. It is Andrew Panelis. I apologize. Go ahead, sir. I apologize, Andrew.
No worries. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Andy Pantelis, Vice President of the International Association of Firefighters, representing more than 365,000 members across the United States and Canada, including Maryland's 11,000 firefighters and emergency medical workers. I concurrently serve as a battalion chief in the Prince George's County Fire and EMS Department as well. I know it's been a long day and the committee has received extensive written and oral testimony on the subject, so I'll be brief and not redundant, but the IFF requests a favorable committee report on House Bill 1408. Cannabis use among firefighters is a topic of increasing interest, as its potential impact on our health, safety, and job performance is imperative. The IFF, with the assistance of our own chief medical officer and our own research division, have studied this subject extensively in recent years. And a summary of some of the key points regarding cannabis use in firefighters. Most importantly, for pain management, that firefighters often deal with physical injuries, chronic pain due to the physically demanding nature of our job. Some firefighters use cannabis for pain relief, as it could be effective for managing chronic pain without the side effects of other prescription medications. Firefighters, like other first responders, are oftentimes prescribed opioids for pain management, which can lead to addiction, as you've heard from some of my colleagues who have testified before me. Cannabis is seen by many as a safer alternative to opioids, offering pain relief with a lower dependence over time, potentially decreasing reliance over pharmaceutical pain management. And cannabis can offer a less harmful option in terms of some of the other physical side effects when used responsibly. On the mental health piece, firefighting is an extremely high-stress occupation with a high risk of mental health issues, including post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, and depression. Cannabis, particularly THC, combined with CBD, is sometimes used to manage these conditions due to its potential calming effects. Within fire departments, there's often been a culture where seeking help for mental health or substance use problems may be stigmatized. But as cannabis becomes more widely accepted for medical use, there's going to be a shift towards more open discussions about its benefits and its risks. And the medical use and legality. In areas where medical cannabis is legal, some firefighters may be authorized to use it for health-related reasons such as pain relief or anxiety. But however, many fire departments have strict drug testing policies. And firefighters can face disciplinary action or job loss if they test positive for cannabis, even in places such as Maryland, where it's legally permitted for medical or recreational use. Maryland has a history of being an extremely progressive and worker-friendly state. It's time for us to catch up to our neighbors, including Pennsylvania to the north and Virginia to the south, and adopt protections for firefighters and public safety workers who, for medical use, may responsibly use cannabis products off-duty to help treat some of the physical and mental injuries that our members sustain in the line of duty and in service to our communities. We're always available to meet with each of you to discuss current research trends and address any questions or concerns you may have. Again, we respectfully request your support of House Bill 1408, and we thank you for your time today.
Andrew, thank you for coming in. I did not realize you represented both people in the U.S. and in Canada. So pretty soon you'll be able to just say the U.S. apparently. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So that concludes this bill hearing. Next, we will go to House Bill 1441. It does say international. All right, you got me, Delegate Chi. All right, next we'll go to House Bill 1441, Delegate Rogers. Delegate, if you want to bring up your panel, you can begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Crosby, members of the committee. Delegate Mike Rogers testifying on House Bill 1441. So just let me tell you a little bit about what the bill is. It's really a collaboration. And notice I have a very small panel. And notice how I will exercise the economy of words. But having said that, this is really a collaboration. It's really a collaboration between the Attorney General's office, the Maryland Department of Health, and a number of folks in the industry. And so for the record, and let me say this too, you're going to hear some opposition. This bill is very similar to my good friend from Baltimore City. The primary difference between this bill and that bill is, my bill has arguably a few more teeth in it, and you'll hear about that as well. So with that, House Bill 1441 requires that all businesses that manufacture, distribute, or sell electronic smoking devices in Maryland obtain a specific ESD license, eliminating the existing license exemption that exists for businesses that sell cigarettes or other tobacco products. Removing this exception will allow the state to better know who is doing ESD business, aiding the state's ability to enforce the law. This bill will drastically improve Maryland's electronic smoking device marketplace, or ESD. It will do this by bringing much-needed improvements to existing ESD law to ensure that the ESD businesses are operating lawfully and fairly in Maryland. Further, this bill closes an existing loophole that permits manufacturers to sell directly to individuals over the internet. In addition, the bill creates an ESD directory where ESD manufacturers must apply to the Office of the Attorney General each year for certification and admissions onto the directory. From an enforcement perspective, HB 1441 gives the ATCC express authority to conduct inspections of ESD businesses, just as it has for traditional combustible cigarettes, and provides the Department of Health the ability to refer violations of the law to ATC for further enforcement actions. So just remember, when you hear that the sky is falling, and you're probably going to hear some opposition testimony that says that, it's really not. This is really just a common sense approach to providing additional safeguards and guardrails in the industry. So for these reasons, others that you'll hear from my panel, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1441.
Okay, delegate, for the record, 2 delegates had just themselves, so they're the model. But I see only 1 person signed up to testify in favor. So Mr. or Mrs. Singh? Nobody else has signed up here, delegate.
I think we have.
You got a different list? All right, I got the wrong list.
It's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it's my first time. Long-time listener, first-time chair. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1441. I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate your time and effort. And I'd also like to thank Delegate Rogers for putting this bill forward. My name is Anna McCormick. I'm an Assistant Attorney General in the Office Unit of Tobacco Enforcement. House Bill 1441 would significantly improve laws for electronic smoking devices and enable the state to bring some much-needed oversight to this industry. It does this in 2 ways, by reforming the system for selling these products and for creating a directory of legal products. First, House Bill 1441 fixes a broken licensing system. It requires that all entities get an ESD license, eliminating the current license exemption that makes it difficult for the state to know who is selling ESDs. The bill also requires that all sales be made by and to businesses with Maryland ESD licenses, and for wholesalers to make reports of their sales so the state knows what ESDs are sold and the volume of sales. It also eliminates the internet loophole that Delegate Rogers just told you about and gives the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Cannabis Commission authority to conduct inspections, just like it does for cigarettes, and to seize contraband product. Second, the bill would give the state oversight over the ESDs sold in Maryland by creating a directory. Manufacturers would apply to the Attorney General for approval before they could sell ESDs in Maryland. The AG would get information from applicants, including marketing and advertising and product design, to evaluate whether the products are meant to appeal to youth or to deceived consumers. This process would be funded by fees paid by the manufacturer. A directory would tell businesses what products are legal to sell in Maryland, just like the existing cigarette directory, and keep out products that are not willing to follow Maryland law. This bill has similar goals to HB 1241 that you had heard about earlier, but it goes further and creates a workable system for licensing and oversight of ESDs. And I know that the fiscal note just came out, and the Attorney General is working on providing revised estimates so it's more accurate. We also will be submitting 2 small technical amendments. I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1441, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Dr. Clifford Mitchell, the Director of the Environmental Health Bureau at the Maryland Department of Health, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 1441, which updates licensing regulatory scheme for electronic smoking devices, or ESDs. You've already heard from the bill's sponsor and the Attorney General's office the details of the bill, so I will not restate those here. I just want to say this bill takes a public health approach to a problem which still is one of the leading causes of nicotine addiction and problems with youth smoking. And in doing so, it really helps to move our state forward in its ability to prevent those who are minors from having problems with ESDs. In establishing a directory, in establishing a formal process, what the bill does in essence is take a public health approach and a prevention approach to the problem of ESDs, and in a way that is consistent with Maryland's approach through the Clean Indoor Air Act and through through its history. I also want to mention that in requiring ESD manufacturers to register their products, this will allow the department, working together with the Attorney General's office, to be able to follow these devices, to understand where they are being sold. And I think that the sponsor has already clearly indicated that it also closes the internet loophole, which is a significant source of product. So with all of that, I just want to thank the sponsor and indicate that I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So when was the last time a cigarette was approved for sale in Maryland?
Exciting. So I think this was brought up a little bit earlier. My unit at the AG's office plays a significant role in approving products. 20 years ago, we passed legislation here that meant that every year cigarette manufacturers apply to the AG's office and they list the products that they would like to sell. They go through a certification process, and at the end of that, every single year, a directory is put out. Sometimes it happens throughout the year. So every single year, cigarette manufacturers apply before they may sell products here in Maryland. There's a list on the AG's website where you can look it up by
So it takes a year?
No, it takes a short period of time from when they submit their application to when it's a rolling process. It's not a year-long.
But this is a new process. That's what I'm trying to get at.
This is an analogous process. We based it on the 20-year-old cigarette directory that we've had.
An analogous process, sort of, because you're going to have maybe hundreds, because as far as I'm reading the bill, each flavor is considered a different, or you know what I mean? So you're going to have hundreds of products that are up for approval. Are you ready for that log jam?
I mean, potentially, yes. We've looked at may I just let you know. So we've looked at directories that have passed in other states, and there's a wide range of the numbers that have come in. There's one state that has about 360 products. There's one state that does not charge any fees and has about 12,000 products. That was part of the thought process behind charging a per product fee so that the Attorney General's office would be able to staff this appropriately.
And the reason I'm asking is because, you know, they're going to have to wait to put this on their shelf until you guys, you know, get done, I don't know, rolling that barrel around, and then they're finally able to, after at least some type of disruption in sales, be able to put it back on their shelf. Probably, I'm guessing at a higher price, because I'm sure the manufacturers are going to pass that fee along to the retailer, which they always do. Regardless of that, never mind that. You know, there's going to be a disruption in sales. So that's what I'm asking is like, what is the process now and how long does that take?
So I was not here in 2003 when they set up the initial cigarette directory. I think
that tells me it's old.
Yeah. It's been around for a minute.
I mean, they're probably, based on what we're seeing now at the federal level, they're probably using COBOL to run that thing.
So the cigarette directory passed. It was related to the tobacco master settlement agreement. It was a law that gave that bigger agreement sort of enforcement ability. I think that it would make the most sense. There's no timeline in this bill, as you may have noted, to set it out far enough so that the AG's office would be able to review and give proper attention to applicants, and to allow stores, frankly, to sell off product or return it back up the chain, as they do sometimes when they have returns on the traditional cigarette side of things. The idea is not to suddenly drop a law and have no products available. The idea is to make a workable system. So set it far enough out that we can go through the review process, allow people to perhaps sell down product, and then go live at a date that feels reasonable, given the workload that is
Because I don't
coming.
think anybody's against like establishing a licensing protocol. I think all those things are totally fair, right? And
happy to hear that.
and it's parity in products between cigarettes and cigars and dip and all this other type of stuff. But, you know, this is new.
Yep.
And as we're recategorizing things and, oh, well, this is vanilla orange and this ESD, but this ESD is different, but the flavor's the same, so that's a completely different. So now they've both got to be approved, and I think the concern is, and I think it's a legitimate concern, is would be a backlog. So I think you're 100% right in that it would have to be, I guess, the term I'm looking for as far as this legislation is concerned is very forward-looking as far as the mechanisms in place for approval.
I mean, I think that we have an idea. We don't want to create an unfunded mandate for ourselves, and we don't want to create the whole idea is to create a workable system. We want to set up a workable system.
Yeah, and I just want the crux of that system to be, you know, of course, protections, of course, but also to no disruption in business.
We'll certainly reach out to Howard Consulting to advise and consent on the process as we set this up.
You're right down the hall.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, that concludes this panel. We have one more favorable in person, maybe incorrect. Bruce Bariano. I think he got scared to do it in a favorable testimony. So we will go to the virtual.
Mr. Vice Chair, I apologize. I think we may have all heard that Mr. Bariano had to leave early, but he asked me to let the committee know that he is actually in favor of this tobacco bill.
That's never happened, ma'am. So we're going to have to see him to confirm.
So,
Bruce has opposed bills for generations.
So he promised me that he would reach out.
We will go to a virtual witness, Balveer Singh. Yeah. Mr. Singh, you can go ahead and start your video. There you go. You got to take it off mute, sir. There you go.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, and then thanks for giving me time and opportunity to speak to all of you. My name is Balveer Singh, and then I'm the owner of convenience store in PG County. I'm in favor of the House Bill 1441. I have been in business for 26 years running convenience store, and I am responsible retailer. Anyone who buy tobacco product at my location, I IDs regardless its age. I bought the product from a wholesaler. I rebate by the rules set by the state, but additionally, guidance from the state of Maryland is needed when it comes to the e-cigarettes. Right now, it is so confusing to know which e-cigarettes product is legal, which is not. I would like to see a list of state guiding me that I can sell or I cannot sell when it comes to e-cigarettes. Help me by passing the House Bill 1441, so that way we don't get confused or so we can be on a rule or regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no further questions, we will now go to the unfavorable. Candace Gott, Matthew Milby. I apologize. The other virtual witness did come in, so we have Kyle Feldman. Mr. Feldman, you can start your camera, and once your camera's on, you can begin. Mr. Feldman, you are in. There you go. Sir, please tell me you're not driving.
No, sir. How are you? I just pulled over.
Okay. Can you throw on your camera?
Yes. Can you give me 10 seconds, though? I'm just pulling into a parking lot.
So you're pulling over now?
No, I was pulling over. I'm in a parking spot right now, sir.
Okay.
I didn't want to miss this. I've been waiting on hold for hours, so thank you for giving me the time. Okay. I am here now.
It's the Blair Witch trial.
Good
Okay,
e-
go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Economic Matters Committee, my name is Kyle Feldman. I am the Executive Vice President at Century Distributors, located in Rockville, Maryland. We employ over 200 Marylanders and distribute over 10,000 products to more than 500 retail customers across the state. As a long-standing business in Maryland, I urge you to support HB 1441, a bill that would bring order to the e-vapor category and strengthen enforcement measures against the growing problem of illicit disposable vapor products. HB 1441 is crucial for several reasons. A state e-vapor directory, much like we have with cigarettes in Maryland, would help clarify which e-vapor products are authorized for sale, ending both wholesalers and retailers to easily confirm the legality of each item before selling it. Currently, there is a significant confusion for many regarding the sale of vapor products, which is evident with hundreds of illicit disposable products being sold across Maryland today. Despite this, FDA enforcement on these products continues to be sluggish. The state of Maryland already maintains a directory for cigarettes that are lawful for sale. So creating a similar system for e-vapor products is a very logical and necessary step. The current lack of federal oversight and enforcement of vapor products puts Maryland consumers at risk and creates a competitive disadvantage for law-abiding corporate citizens. Not only will HB 1441 create a vapor product directory, but it will also enhance enforcement of bad actors selling illicit products. This ensures compliance among distributors and retailers and guarantees consumer access to authorized products. A structured, regulated, and secure market will promote the long term of a product category that is less harmful than combustible cigarettes. I strongly urge your support for HB 1441. It will create an equal playing field, provide industry members with necessary information, enhance enforcement efforts, and protect Maryland consumers. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, sir. Seeing no questions, that concludes the favorables. We will now go to the unfavorables. I have Candace Scott, Matthew Milby, Melissa Hendricks, and then 2 virtual. So you can begin when ready.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Candace Scott, and I'm a board member on the Maryland Vapor Alliance and a small business owner in the community. Here we are again using legislation to give another gift to big tobacco. This bill is being lobbied all across the United States under the guise of consumer protection, and it's not. It's for the protection of big tobacco, and the sky is falling. This bill will effectively shut down my small business vape shops, the people who actually pay your taxes and follow your laws, small business vape shops. First, there is no framework or mechanism described as to how products can gain compliance, so we just have to assume that our products will be banned. This bill requires an excessive $75,000 escrow account per SKU and another $1,000 fee per SKU annually. Open system vape manufacturers are not companies that can afford these fees, but do you know who can afford the fees? Big tobacco. Additionally, there is no pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. The few big tobacco products that do sign up in the state will reap, that's all you'll reap from this. Meanwhile, the state will lose at least $200 million in sales tax revenue each year, which is a conservative number since sales tax has been raised 100% plus. This does not account for the payroll taxes that will be lost or what it will cost the state to enforce this cluster mess or the cost to build the framework for such a complex project. Has anyone considered these things? My customers who use 3 milligrams of nicotine on open system vape devices will be forced to use 50 milligrams of high nicotine big tobacco products unless they decide to get their products from another state, which is what I will urge my customers to do. Many customers will just purchase off the black market, which will be big and booming because there is no closing Pandora's box. Or the worst scenario yet, they go back to smoking cigarettes, which will be the state of Maryland's big gift to big tobacco. Teen vaping is at an all-time low, down another 2.2% from last year. So again, who does this bill protect? It protects big tobacco. I'm asking for an unfavorable report on this bill and for this legislator to finally start working with the responsible players in this industry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Milby. I'm a small business owner here in Maryland. I'm also a disabled veteran, and I stand in opposition to this bill. Not to reiterate everything Candace said, but yeah, a lot of the people that we deal with in this business are small business owners like ourselves. There are some big guys, but a lot of them are small business, and they're battling with the FDA, and they've got lawsuits, and there's no way they can afford the provisions in this bill. It's totally unattainable, and that means we're not going to get products, and we will have to close our doors because we don't have the lawyers, we don't have all the money and the resources that big tobacco has. And once our doors are closed, the only thing that'll be left on the market is big tobacco products. So right now, if someone wants to get a hold of a different product than big tobacco, they can do that on the internet very easily. They can do it on TikTok very easily. Last year when I submitted my testimony, I posted several pictures of stuff I found on TikTok where, you know, order $12 in vape products and there's no age check. It's all over the place. It's so easy to get. Plus we can go drive less than an hour, go across state lines and get these products. We're going to create a huge black market in the state of Maryland. And like I said, the vape shops are the ones paying the 20% sales tax the correct way, where many bad actors in this industry are not. And the state of Maryland is going to lose a lot of money when this happens. I would much rather see enforcing the laws we have, doing a better job of collecting taxes, and making sure that people who are licensed to sell these products are selling the products. Earlier in my testimony today, I said we had to find a flower shop that was selling vapes. They don't got any kind of vaping license whatsoever. And like I said, this is a gift to big tobacco because us little guys, there's no way we can comply with this. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Hey, committee members, this is Melissa Hendricks. Again, I'm a small business in the state of Maryland. Just would like to clarify, I've been in business for 11 years and have not been checked, not once, for underage vaping, just so you know. We already have a registry bill. All the companies that want to sell here in the state of Maryland actually have to register here. I'm dealing with this currently myself because I am unable to purchase product that I've been selling since 2014 to customers, but now they're not registered here in the state of Maryland, and I can't purchase that product. Not sure why we need this bill because, you know, the state of Maryland is underfunded currently, and this is only going to add more work to an underfunded Maryland. The only people this hurts are the people that are, or the businesses who continue to pay the correct tax and ID underage kids. If this is something that we're concerned about, you know, not selling to underage people, like, I'm all for it. I card every single person that walks into my store. If this is also supposed to help with taxes, I don't know how, because we've checked well over 70 stores and they are not charging the correct tax, if any tax at all, which is kind of frustrating. But yet we're gonna add $1,000 per SKU of each manufacturer annually and then make them set up an escrow account of $75,000. But then we're gonna also have to put this work back into the AG's hands and figure out a great list. I'm a small business. I take pride in what I do. I do it because just about my whole entire family got off smoking cigarettes and they don't vape. I wish that you guys would work with us to make better sense of laws and regulations because we're here to help. We've talked to a lot of you guys. We work with a lot of you guys, but it just doesn't seem like you guys are taking us as serious as we need you to. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Chair. So help me understand the SKU. I know what a SKU is. I'm a retailer, but in your world, what is a SKU?
So here, I can help you. So I actually have evidence. So this is one SKU. hold on. This would be another SKU. This is nicotine. This is 6 milligrams of nicotine.
So a SKU is if I
Purchase.
So if you had
smoke.
one flavor of strawberry and you had it in 0 milligrams of nicotine, 3 milligrams of nicotine, and 6 milligrams of nicotine, those would all be individual SKUs.
So each SKU in your retail establishment, what would be the sum of those SKUs? How many SKUs do you have in your store? You may have said it, and I kind of got lost.
I didn't say it, but it's a large number. The thing with harm reduction is it's not a one-size-fits-all. You know, people come into our store trying to get off cigarettes. You know, patches hasn't worked for them.
I'm
the
sorry,
gum.
just if you don't mind, just stay. I'm trying to understand.
Well, I'm saying the reason we
impact.
have so many SKUs is because it's not a one-size-fits-all approach to quit smoking.
So
So
you
we
have
have a lot of SKUs.
Do you have 100 SKUs or 1,000 SKUs?
I would say 1,000, maybe more.
So I've just done my inventory, and just for the liquids alone, I have about 2,500 to 3,000 SKUs, just alone for just the liquid.
All right, okay, so tell me again what the bill does per SKU, it's what?
$1,000 per SKU.
And then a $75,000 escrow account, a set escrow account. And the bill is a little bit ambiguous there. We couldn't tell if it was per SKU or per manufacturer. So obviously we have to figure it's the worst case scenario, which would be a $75,000 escrow per SKU. And that is just not something that.
Yeah, because I heard you say that. So you think it's possible that it's 75,000 per SKU?
Yes, and then
I mean, that would
definitely
be the-
$1,000 per SKU annually.
Okay, annual.
Yes, annually.
So $75,000 one time per SKU, and then $1,000 per, okay, that can't be right.
No, $75,000
That's right. That's what the bill
escrow.
says.
Well, hold on, I mean, I'm getting, just so we're clear, I'm just trying to get information. If I need to go offline to get it, I guess I could do that, but the purpose of the exercise here is to understand financially what you're actually talking about.
Sure.
So if you're saying $1,000 per SKU and you've got 1,000 SKUs, that's $100,000.
Exactly.
Does that sound closer to the thing? Okay. So let me just, a million. Is it? I'm sorry. It's 5 o'clock. Can I ask another question on this, if you don't mind? Mr.
Absolutely.
Chairman? And I, only because I'm trying to, where do you get the SKUs? Like, what are you making these, or are
No,
you
these would
buying
be-
these wholesale from another establishment?
These would be from wholesalers, and they would be responsible. So the even trickier part about this is they would be responsible for paying that. I'm going to say 99% of our manufacturers are going to say, no, thank you. We will not be able to get product. So it eliminates our businesses, and that's going to cost the state of Maryland a lot of money, a lot of money.
All right, okay. So the last question. So you're saying that you buy wholesale these SKUs. How are they regulated?
So there's a difference between being FDA regulated and FDA approved. And I think that that's kind of lost in the wash a lot here. All the vape shop products that we sell as responsible retailers are FDA regulated. They follow marketing requirements. Most of them have submitted a PMTA. They're not FDA approved. That's when the FDA gives you the green light to sell your product on the market.
So you're saying that a SKU in your world is FDA approved, is that correct?
No, FDA regulated.
FDA regulated?
Yes, there's a difference between FDA regulated, which has marketing standards, you know, tells you how big your label should be and what you have to put on your label. And then FDA approved is once you've been through the PMTA process. That process is actually being decided at the Supreme Court level. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of changes within our industry. I mean, this bill cannot mean anything once that Supreme Court, you know, it's kind of like hurry up and wait for the Supreme Court to decide the PMTA case.
So you're waiting to see whether there's national standards is what you're.
We're hoping there is. We want to be regulated fairly. I mean, it would make a lot more sense if we were regulated federally, we wouldn't be here right now. That would definitely be our preference.
Well, I mean, I've seen our state do whatever, no matter what happens federally, but whatever.
Fair, but we would like to think that, you know, federal standard regulations would really help.
All right, just so I understand, the ESD, like on a cigarette, Philip Morris would pay into that for their tobacco product, correct? And then what you're saying is the vape manufacturer, and forgive me if I'm using the wrong terminology there, they're not large enough, so they wouldn't cover that cost for y'all. And so they would pass that down to you, who I I guess the analogy I would make, right, is like you're the convenience store now having to pay for that ESD, whereas Philip Morris probably covers theirs. Your manufacturer is not going to cover yours? Is that?
No, actually, it's much worse than that. So what would actually happen is that I would say 99% of our manufacturers are going to pass even trying to get regulated in Maryland. We won't have products to sell. What will be left is high nicotine, big tobacco products.
Gotcha. Okay, so it just cuts off supply.
Just cuts off our supply.
Delegate Aarons.
Real quick, you had 2 SKUs in your bag. I was told there's a possibility you mix those and that becomes another SKU?
I mix them for myself. Yeah, I put them into my own open container system, and just so that I can get a lower nicotine.
Okay, this bill does nothing with that, though.
No.
Okay, but you have the ability to mix these to
I
become
do.
another SKU, or what would you do?
Yep, I would buy both of these so that I can mix down my nicotine level so that I can get lower nicotine than what's originally given inside of my container.
I heard part of the issue was that people were mixing certain things, other things than this, and that was part of the issue with
I mean, I don't mix anything. I just mix my 2 together. One, that's it. I haven't heard that problem.
For a standard customer, it's sold off the shelf and given to them. Nobody mixes anything in vape shops anymore. That's a thing of the past.
Yeah,
I
could buy 2 SKUs and mix them.
I'm sorry.
Yes, you can, and that would be to lower your nicotine when you're trying to step down from nicotine.
Not that I've ever been hailed, but I'm done. So.
Oh, that was good. Okay, we have 2 more virtual witnesses. First, we will go to Annie Claycat. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Annie Claycamp. I publish under BFF Claycamp, and I'm a PhD trained scientist and have studied nicotine and tobacco for the past 23 years. I have no affiliation with the nicotine or tobacco industry, and I agree this bill protects them. I've also been a Maryland voter and taxpayer for 17 years, and I urge you to reject this bill, which could restrict access to reduced risk products. According to science, e-cigarettes are not smoking devices. They do not burn tobacco, contain tobacco, or produce carbon monoxide. As noted by the FDA, they are generally a lower risk alternative for adults who smoke. In addition, the Cochrane collaboration, the gold standard for unbiased scientific analysis, has reviewed data from nearly 30,000 people and found that e-cigarettes are more effective than standard quit aids like the patch or the gum that you can buy at Target. A separate Cochrane review found that switching from smoking to e-cigarettes significantly reduces exposure to harmful chemicals. We've known for decades that smoking, not nicotine, is the primary cause of tobacco-related disease. Nicotine is not a direct cause of cancer or respiratory disease. This is why nicotine replacement therapy was developed in the 80s and has been approved. Yet even when we give people nicotine replacement therapy with behavioral therapy, that only helped 15% of people. 85% of people don't quit. These traditional methods are not sufficient. Smoking rates among middle-aged and older adults in the U.S. and Maryland are now over those of young adults. In fact, smoking and vaping are at the lowest levels seen in 10 years for young people. Meanwhile, smoking prevalence hasn't changed in Maryland for adults 65 and over since 2015. 1 in 10 people still smoke in Maryland. E-cigarettes aren't risk-free, but science tells us they are far safer than smoking and can help people quit. If HB 1441 passes, thousands of Marylanders could lose access to a proven tool that could help them finally stop smoking. Maryland should lead with science in reducing smoking-related death and disease and not create barriers to these low-risk alternatives. I urge you to please reject this bill.
Thanks, ma'am. Hold tight 1 second. We have 1 question for you, Delegate Adams.
With all this, I reached out to my brother who vapes, and he buys from Delaware. I mean, so he works in Maryland, and so if you pass something in Maryland, this is the problem with doing this in a state-by-state fashion. It looks like to me that, you just go to another state, and what have we done in the net effect? So, I mean, my brother, by the way, who smoked cigarettes for his entire life, his health changed. I mean, I will say that my brother doesn't cough anymore, and whether it's a good, healthy alternative, I already know the answer to that. And I believe my brother benefited from getting off cigarettes and vaping. Now, whatever the public health prerogative here is, I have to understand the bill. Like, I don't know where I'm going to fall on the bill, but I think I'm hearing you. And I also, generally speaking, watch our legislature often try to do things on a state-by-state basis, and it just doesn't fix the problem. I think this federal thing you're talking about, I'll have to get up to speed on it and understand it, but thank you for your time.
All right, we'll go to our final witness of the day, Scott Weber. Scott, you can take your, or put your camera on, take yourself off mute, and go ahead.
All right, I think we've made it. I'm going to complete, Scott Weber, for the record, co-founder of the Vaping Awareness Public Education Society. We are in opposition to 1441, and I'm going to throw out all my comments and respond directly to Delegate Adams. I was very much a part of the PMTA process, which was the SKUs essentially that were submitted to the FDA. There were more than 6 million SKUs submitted to the FDA, all of which could be included in Maryland. I personally was involved in submitting over 50,000 of them myself. Each one of those combinations with a different battery, a different mod, a different wire, a different tank, a different atomizer becomes a different product beyond that. So the number of SKUs gets to be exponential into the multiple millions if you include every combination of every device. The idea of it being, you know, a vape shop that has 10 companies, 10 manufacturers that produce 10 flavors is 100 flavors. And if you have 5 NIC strengths and 4 size batteries, and let's say it's, you know, 50 different type of mods, 20 tanks, 10 atomizers, 5 custom coils, 5 different kinds of wire, you know, a couple different batteries, 8 miscellaneous, that's another 100. So that's 2,100 SKUs times $1,000 is $2.1 million in addition to the 75,000. It's absolutely untenable to be able to think that our comptroller, who can't even do a single inspection of a vape shop per day, is going to be able to actually regulate millions of potential SKUs. It's absolutely impossible. And the last thing in my remaining time is you're conflating cigarettes that have maybe 20 SKUs, 20, 30, very few, with the entire model of vaping. And I would also say once you start putting flavors with different devices, you've now become a manufacturer because you've combined what might be the best outcome for somebody to use a different box with a different battery strength and different nicotine. So you have to be careful about whether you are a consumer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I will add, you do look like the former comptroller, Mr. Francho. But that concludes the bill hearings for today. I want to thank everybody for hanging in there, and I'll see you tomorrow.
He was actually helpful. Yes. I didn't even understand. See what happens when he doesn't show up? Right? You didn't.